Preface of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley Peter Dunne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Preface of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley Peter Dunne. Archie Road stretches back for many miles from the heart of an ugly city to the cabbage gardens that gave the maker of the seal his opportunity to call the city Urbs in Horto. Somewhere between the two, that is to say, Foremints the gas house and beyond Healy's slough and not far from the police station, lives Martin Dooley, Doctor of Philosophy. There was a time when Archie Road was purely Irish. But the Huns, turned back from the Adriatic and the stockyards and overrunning Archie Road, have nearly exhausted the original population. Not driven them out as they drove out less vigorous races with thick clubs and short spears, but edged them out with the more biting weapons of modern civilization, overworked and undereaten them into more languid surroundings, remote from the tanks of the gas house and the blast furnaces of the rolling mill. But Mr. Dooley remains, and enough remain with him to save the Archie Road. In this community you can hear all the various accents of Ireland, from the awkward brogue of the far downer to the mild and aisy Elizabethan English of the southern Irishman, and all the exquisite variations to be heard between Armagh and Bantry Bay, with the differences that would naturally arise from substituting cinders and sulphuretted hydrogen for soft, misty air and peat smoke. Here also you can see the wakes and christenings, the marriages and funerals, and the other fêtes of the old country, somewhat modified and darkened by American usage. The banshee has been heard many times in Archie Road. On the eve of All Saints' Day it is well known that here alone the Pookies play thricks in cabbage gardens. In 1893 it was reported that Malachi Dempsey was called by the other people and disappeared west of the tracks and never came back. A simple people. "Simple, says ye," remarked Dooley. "Simple like the air or the deep sea. Not complicated like a watch that stops when the shoot of clothes ye got with it wears out. When Father Butler wrote a book he never finished. He said simplicity was not wearing all ye had on your shirt front like a tin horn gambler with his diamond stud. And 'tis so." The barbarians around them are moderately but firmly governed, encouraged to passionate votings for the ruling race, but restrained from the immoral pursuit of office. The most generous, thoughtful, honest, and chaste people in the world are these friends of Mr. Dooley, knowing and innocent, moral, but giving no heed at all to patented political moralities. Among them lives and prospers the traveller, archaeologist, historian, social observer, saloon keeper, economist, and philosopher, who has not been out of the ward for 25 years, but 'twixt. He reads the newspapers with solemn care, heartily hates them, and accepts all they print for the sake of drowning Hennessy's rising protests against his logic. From the cool heights of life in the Archie Road, uninterrupted by the jarring noises of crickets and cows, he observes the passing show and meditates thereon. His impressions are transferred to the desensitized plate of Mr. Hennessy's mind, where they can do no harm. "There's no better place to see what's goin' on than the Archie Road," says Mr. Dooley. "When the electric cars is hummin' down the street, and the blast goin' strong at the mills, the noise is that great you can't think." He is opulent in good advice, as becomes a man of his station, for he has mastered most of the obstacles in a business career, and by leading a prudent and temperate life has established himself so well that he owns his own house and furniture, and is only slightly behind on his license. It would be indelicate to give statistics as to his age. Mr. Hennessy says he was a grown man when the Pikes was out in '48, and I was hedge high, and I'm near 55. Mr. Dooley says Mr. Hennessy is 80. He closes discussion on his own age with the remark, "I'm old enough to know better." He has served his country with distinction. His conduct of the important office of Captain of his Precinct, 1873 through '75, was highly commended, and there was some talk of nominating him for alderman. At the expiration of his term he was personally thanked by the Honourable M. McGee, at one time a member of the Central Committee. But the activity of public life was unsuited to a man of Mr. Dooley's tastes, and while he continues to view the political situation always with interest and sometimes with alarm, he has resolutely declined to leave the bar for the forum. His early experience gave him wisdom in discussing public affairs. "Politics," he says, "ain't bean bag. 'Tis a man's game, and women, childher, and prohibitionists do well to keep out of it." Again he remarks, "As Shakespeare says, old men for the council, young men for the ward." An attempt has been made in this book to give permanent form to a few of the more characteristic and important of Mr. Dooley's utterances. For permission to reprint the articles, the thanks of the editor are due to Mr. George G. Booth of the Chicago Journal, and to Mr. Dooley's constant friend, Mr. H. H. Colesott of the Chicago Evening Post. F.P.D. End of Preface, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 1 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley Peter Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 1 On Diplomacy. "I'll explain it to ye," said Mr. Dooley. "'Tis this way. You see, this here Sagasta is a bunco steerer like Canada Bill and the likes of him. A smart man is this Sagasta, and one that can put a crimp in the cards that ye couldn't take out with a washerwoman's wringer. He's been through many a hard game. Talk about the county democracy picnic, where a 3-card man goes in debt every time he hurls the broads. 'Tis nothin' to what this here Spanish onion has been again and beat. For years and years he's played only professionals. The lads he's tackled have more marked cards in their pockets than a preacher from Michigan, and more bad money than ye could shake out of the coat-tail pockets of a prosperous banker from Indiany. He's been up agin Gladstone and Bismarck and old what-you-call-him, the Italian. His name's got away from me. And he's done them all. Well, business is bad. No one will play with him. No money's comin' in. The circus has moved on to the next town and left him without a customer. The Jew man that loaned him the bankroll threatens to seize the cards on the table. When lo and behold, down the street comes a man from the country, a lawyer from Ohio, with a gripsack in his hand. Oh, but he's a proud man. He's been in town long enough for to get out of the way of the trolley car when the bell rings. He's learned not to try and light his seegar at the electric light. He doesn't offer to pay the elevator man for carrying him upstairs. He's got so he can pass a tall building without trying for to turn a back somersault. And he's as haughty about it as a new man on an ice wagon. They's nothin' ye can tell him. He thinks of himself going back to Canton with a red necktie on and setting on a cracker box and tellin' the lads when they come in from pitchin' horseshoes what a hot time he's had, and how he's seen the Hoochie Coochie and the Palmer House Barber Shop and other undacent sights of a great city. And so he comes up to where Sagasta is kind of throwing the cards idly on top of the barrel, and Sagasta pipes him out of the corner of his eye and says to himself, "Oh, I dunno," and thanks Heaven for the law that has a sucker born every minute. And the lad from Canton thinks he can pick out the jack, and sometimes he can and sometimes he can't. But the end of it is that the Spaniard has him trimmed down to his chest protector, and he'll be gone back to Canton in a blanket. You see, it ain't his game. If it was pitchin' horseshoes, 'twould be different. He could bait Sagasta at that. He could do him at wrastlin' or chasin' the graced pig, or in a one-legged race, or the tug of war. He could make him look foolish at liftin' a keg of beer or hitchin' up a team.
But when it comes to diplomacy, the Spaniard has him again the rail and counts on him till his arm is sore." "Why don't he turn and fight?" demanded the patriotic Mr. Hennessy. "Lord knows," said Mr. Dooley. "Maybe 'twill turn out the way it did with two friends iv mine. They was Joe Larkin and a little red-headed man be the name of O'Brien, and they went out to the picnic at Ogden's Grove, where wanst a year Ireland's freed. They was a shell man workin' near the fence, and Larkin says he, 'He's aisy. Lave me have some money, and we'll do him. I can see the pea go under the shell ivry time.' So O'Brien, bein' a hot sport, loaned him the money, and he wint at it. Ivry time Larkin could see the pea go under the shell as plain as day. Onct or twixt the shell man was so careless that he left the pea under the edge of the shell. But in 5 minutes all of O'Brien's money was in the bad man's pockets, and he was lookin' around for more foolish patriots. It took O'Brien some time for to decide what to do. Then says he, ''Twas my money this fool blowed in,' and he made a dash for the shell man, and he not only got what he'd lost, but all the rest of the capital besides. You see, that was his game. That was where he come in, and he took the money and carried it over to a corner of the grounds where a lad had won of him matchings where ye pay 10 cents for the privilege of seein' how hard ye can hit a sledgehammer. And there he stayed till the police came round to drive people off the grounds." End of Section 1. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 2 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley Peter Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 2 on War Preparations.
"Well," Mr. Hennessy asked, "how goes the war?"
"Splendid, thank ye," said Mr. Dooley. "Fine, fine. It makes me heart throb with pride that I'm a citizen of the 6th Ward."
"Has the army started for Cuba yet?"
"One army, says ye? 20. Last Tuesday, an advance army of 120,000 men landed from the Gussie, with 10,000 cannons hurlin' projectiles weighing 800 pounds 17 miles. Wednesday night, a second army of engineers, miners, plumbers, and lawn tennis experts, numbering in all 480,000 men, armed with death-dealin' canned goods, was hurried to Havana to storm the city. Thursday mornin', 3,000 full regiments of Rough Riders swum their horses across to Mantuzas, and after a spirited battle captured the rainy Christiany golf links, 2 up and held to pay, and would hold them agin all comers. The same afternoon, the regular cavalry, consisting of 408,000 well-mounted men, was loaded aboard the tug Lucy J. and departed on their errand of death amidst the cheers of 8 million soldiers left behind at Chickamauga. These cavalry'll cooperate with Commodore Slow, and when he destroys the Spanish fleet, as he does every Sunday and holy day except in Lent, and finds out where they are and destroys them, after batterin' down the forts where they are concealed so that he can't see them, but thinks they are on their way to fight Cousin George Dooley, the cavalry'll make a dash back to Tampa, where General Miles is preparin' to destroy the Spanish at one blow, and he's the boy to blow. The general arrived the other day, fully prepared for the bloody work of war. He had his entire family with him. He rode reckless into camp, mounted on a superb special car, as himself and Uncle Mike Miles and Cousin Henry Miles and Master Miles, aged 8 years, dismounted from the special train. They were received with wild cheers by 8 million of the bravest soldiers that ever give up their lives for their country. The press censorship is so powerful that no news is allowed to go out. But I have it from the special correspondent of myself, Clancy the Butcher, Mike Casey, and the city directory that General Miles instantly repaired himself to the hotel where he made his plans for rushing the Spaniards at one blow. He will equip the army with blowguns at once. His uniforms are coming down in special steel-protected bullion trains from the mint, where they've been kept for a year. He has ordered out the gold reserve for to equip his staff, numbering 8,000 men, many of whom are clubmen, and as soon as he can have his pictures took, he will crush the Spanish with one blow. The purpose of the general is to permit no delay. Decisive action is demanded by the people, and when the hot air machines has been sent to the front, General Miles will strike one blow that will be the damnedest blow since the year of the big wind in Ireland. Of course, there's dissensions in the cabinet, but they don't amount to nothing. The Society of War is in favor of sawing the Spanish army into 3x4 joists. The Secretary of the Treasury has a scheme for ruining them by lending them money. The Secretary of the Navy wants to sue them before the Massachusetts Supreme Court. I've heard that the President is arranging a knee drill with the idea of praying the villains to the devil. But these differences don't count. We're all one people, and we look to General Miles to destroy the Spanish with one blow. When it comes, trees will be lifted out by the roots. Morro Castle'll cave in, and the air'll be full of Spanish whiskers. A long blow, a strong blow, and a blow altogether. We're a great people, said Mr. Hennessy earnestly. We are, said Mr. Dooley. We are that. And the best of it is, we know we are. End of section 2, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 3 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley Peter Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 3 on Fitz-Hugh Lee. "Iv course he's Irish," said Mr. Dooley. "The Fitzhughs and the McHughs and the McKeoghs is not far apart. I have a cousin by the name of McKeough, and like as not the General is a relation of mine." "If I was you, I'd write him and see," said Mr. Hennessy. "He's a great man." "He is so," said Mr. Dooley. "He is that. One of the greatest. And why shouldn't he be with them two names? There's pothry in both of them. Fitz-Hugh Lee, did ye ever see a picture of him? A fat man with a head like a football and a neck big enough to pump blood into his brain and keep it from starvin'. White-haired and red-faced. The kind of man that can get mad in every vein in his body. When he's hot, I bet you his face looks like a fire in a furniture factory. When a man goes pale with rage, look out for a knife in the back. But when he flames up so that the perspiration sizzles on his brow, look out for hand and feet and head and coupling pins and rapid-firing guns. Fitz can be calm when they's anything to be calm about. But he can't wait. If he was a waiter, he'd be working at the trade. Look at the jaw of him. It's like a paving block. Does Fitz believe in diplomacy? Not him. He sits there in his office in Havana smoking a good cigar, and a boy comes in and tells him they've jugged an American citizen. He jams his hat down on his eyes and rushes over to where General Blanco has his office. "Look here," says he, "ye poisonous reptile," he says. "If ye don't leave me countrymen out of the bullpen in 15 minutes, be the watch," he says. "I'll take ye be the hair of the head and pull ye from the corner of Halsted Street to the Red Bridge," he says. "Lave us debate this," says Blanco. "I'll debate nothin'," says Fitz. "Hurry up or I'll give ye a slap," he says. "Run over and wake up the loot at the station and let them Americans out. Or," he says, "we'll go to the floor," he says. That's Fitz. He's calm and he waits part of the time. That's when he's asleep. But as soon as his eyes opens, his face begins to flare up like one of them round stoves in a woodman's shanty when rosy wood is thrun in. And from that time on till he's ready to turn in and sleep peaceful and quiet, not like a lamb full of vegetable food, but like a lion that's worked hard and et meat. He never stops ramping and raging. You don't hear of Fitz looking worn with the struggle. You don't read of him missing any meals. No one fears that Fitz will break down under the suspense. That ain't the breed. He's another kind of a man. He hasn't got the time to be tired and worried. He needs food, and he has it, and he needs sleep, and he takes it, and he needs fighting, and he gets it. That's Fitz. There ain't such a lot of difference between the bravest man in the world and the cowardliest. Not such a lot. It ain't a question of morality, Hennessy. I've knowed men that went to church every Sunday and holiday reg'lar, and give to the poor and loved their neighbors, and they wouldn't defend their wives against a murderer. And I've knowed the worst villains on earth that die in their tracks to save a stranger's child from injury. 'Tis a question of how the blood is pumped. When a man shows the strain, when he gets thin and pale and worried in the time for fightin', he's mighty near a coward. But when his face flames and his neck swells and his eyes look like a couple of electric lamps agin a cyclone sky, he'd lead a forlorn hope across the battlements of hell.
End of section 3. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 4 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 4 on Mules and Others.
I see, said Mr. Dooley. The first great land battle of the war has been fought. Where was that? Demanded Mr. Hennessy in great excitement. Lord save us, but where was that? The Alger Guards, said Mr. Dooley, broke from the corral where they had them tied up and eaten thistles, and made a desperate charge on the camp at Tampa. They descended like a whirlwind, driving the astonished troops before them, and then charged back again, completing their earned destruction. At the last account, the brave soldiers was climbing trees and telegraph poles, and a regiment of mules was kicking the pink silk lining out of the officers' quarters. The gallant mules was led by a most courageous jackass, and 'tis understood that me friend Mac will appoint him a brigadier general just as soon as he can find out who his father is. 'Tis too bad he'll have no childher to perpetuate the fame of him. He went through the camp at the head of his troops of mules without casting a shoe. He's the biggest jackass in Tampa today, not excepting the censor, and I doubt if there's a bigger one in Washington, though I could name a few that could try a race with him. Anyhow, they'll know how to reward him. They know a jackass when they see one, and they see a good many in that peaceful city. The charge of Tampa'll go into history as the first land action of the war. And, by the way, Hennessy, if this there sociable is fur to go on at the present rate, I'm strong to arm the wild army mules and the unbridled jackasses of the prairie and give them a chance to set Cuba free. Up to this time, the only hero killed on the Spanish side was a jackass that poked an ear above the batteries at Matunzas fur to hear what was going on. Behold, says Sampson, the insolence of the foe, he says. Form in line of battle and hurry death and destruction at yon Castilian general. Wait, says an officer, it may be one of our own men. It looks like the secretary of... Hush, says the commander. It can't be an American jackass, or he'd speak, he says. Fire on him. Shot after shot fell round the intrepid ass. But he remained firm till the dynamite boat Vesuvius fired 340,000 pounds of gum cotton at him, and the poor creature was smothered to death. Now, says I, give these Tampa mules a chanst, and we'll have no need of wasting ammunition. Properly led, they'll go from one end of Cuba to the other, kicking the Excelsior out of every stuffed Spanish general from Bahuju Hondu to Sandago de Cuba. There'd be no loss of life. The soldiers who haven't gone away could come home and get cured of the measles and the whooping cough and the cholera infantum before the public schools opens in the fall, and everything would be peaceful and quiet and prosperous. The officers in the field at present is well qualified for command of the new army. And if they'd put blinders on the mules, they wouldn't be scared back by one of them Spanish fleets that a jackass sees when he's been up all night secretly stuffing himself with silo. They'd give one hee-haw and follow their leaders through the heart of the enemy's country. But give them the word to get up, and they'd ate their thistles under the guns of some old Moro castle before night. Ye don't see the difference, says ye. They ain't any of the leaders. As efficient a lot of mules as ever exposed their ears. The trouble is with the rank and file. They're men. What's needed to carry on this war as it goes today is an army of jacks and mules. When ye say to a man, get up, whoa, gee, back up, get along, he don't know what you're driving at or to. But a mule hears the orders with a melancholy smile, droops his ears, and follows his warm, moist breath. The orders from Washington is perfectly comprehensible to a jackass, but they don't mean anything to a poor, foolish man. No human being, Hennessy, can understand what the divvy use it was to sink a ship that cost $200,000 and was worth at least $80 in San Diego Harbor. If we have to keep 14 ships outside to prevent 5 Spanish ships from sailing. The poor, tired human mind don't tumble, Hennessy, to the raison for landing 400 Marines at Guanotami to clear the forests when Havana is living free and hot tamales and ice cream. The mind of a Demosthenes or a Tim Hogan would be crippled trying to figure out why troops are sent out from Tampa and then ordered back through a speaking tube, while one of the new brigadier generals has his hands manicured and says goodbye to his nurse. But it ought to be as plain to the mule that hears it as it is to the jackasses that gets it up. What we need, Hennessy, is a perfect understanding between the army and the administration. We need what Hogan calls the esprit de corps, and we only have it when the mules begins to move. I should think, said Mr. Hennessy, now the jackasses has begun to be uneasy. We ought to be afraid the Cabinet and the Board of Strategy'll be stampeded, Mr. Dooley interrupted. Never fear, they're too near the fodder.
End of section 4. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 5 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 5. On his cousin George.
Well, said Mr. Hennessy in tones of chastened joy, Dewey didn't do a thing to them. I hope the poor lad ain't cooped up there in Minneapolis.
Never fear, said Mr. Dooley calmly. Cousin George is all right.
Cousin George? Mr. Hennessy exclaimed.
Sure, said Mr. Dooley. Dewey or Dooley, 'tis all the same. We drop a letter here and there, except the H's, we never drop them. But they're the same breed of fightin' men. Georgie has the thraits of the family. Me Uncle Mike, that was a handy man, was told onct he'd be sint to hell for his many sins, and he desarved it.
For lavin' out the wan sin iv runnin' away from anyone, he was booked f'r everything from murdher to missin' mass. Well, he says, any place I can get into, he says, I can get out iv, he says. You bet on that, he says. So it is with Cousin George. He knew the way in, and it's the same way out. He didn't go in be the family entrance, sneakin' along with the can under his coat. He left Ding Dong, or whatever yez call it, and says he, thank God, he says, I'm where no man can give me his ideas of how to run a quiltin' party and call it war, he says. And so he sint a man down in a divin' chute and cut the cables, so's Mac couldn't chat with him. Then he prances up to the Spanish forts and hands them a few oranges, tosses them out like a man throwin' handbills for a circus. Take that, he says, and remember the Maine, he says, and he goes into the harbor where Admiral What the Hell is, and, says he, surrender, he says. Niver, says the Dago. Well, says Cousin George, I'll just have to push ye around, he says, and he tosses a few slugs at the Spaniards. The Spanish admiral shoots at him with a bow and arrow, and goes over and writes a cable. This mornin' he was attacked, he says, and, he says, we fought the enemy with great courage, he says. Our victory is complete, he says. We have lost everything we had, he says. The treacherous foe, he says, after destroyin' us, sought refuge behind a mud scow, he says, but nothin' daunted us. What boats we couldn't run ashore, we surrendered, he says. I cannot write no more, he says, as me coat tails are afire, he says. And I am bravely but rapidly leaping from one vessel to another, followed be me valiant crew with a fire engine, he says. If I can save me coat tails, he says, there'll be no kick comin', he says. Long live Spain, long live meself. Well, sir, in 28 minutes be the clock Dewey he had all the Spanish boats sunk, and that there harbor lookin' like a Spanish stew. Then he ran down the bay and handed a few warm ones to the town. He set it on fire, and then went ashore to warm his poor hands and feet. It chills the blood not to have anything to do for an hour or more. Then why didn't he write something? Mr. Hennessy demanded. Write? Echoed Mr. Dooley. Write? Why should he write? Do you think Cousin George ain't got nothing to do but set down with a fountain pen and write? Dear Mac, at 8 o'clock I begun a peaceful blockade of this town. Ye can see the pieces everywhere. I hope ye're enj'yin' the same great blessin'. So no more at present. From yours truly, George Dooley. He ain't that kind. 'Tis a nice day, and he's there smokin' a good 10-cent seegar and throwin' dice for the drinks. We don't care whether we know what he's done or not. I'll bet ye when we come to find out about him, we'll hear he's elected himself king of the Philippine Islands. Dooley the Onst. He'll be settin' up there under a palm tree with naggers fannin' him and a drop of liquor in the hollow of his arm, and hoochie-coochie girls dancin' before him, and every 10 or 20 minutes some one bringin' a prisoner in. Who's this? Says King Dooley. A Spanish general, says the copper. Give him a typewriter and set him to work, says the king. On with the dance, he says, and after a while, when he gets tired of the game, he'll write home and say he's got the islands, and he'll turn them over to the government and go back to his ship. And Mark Hanna'll organize the Philippine Islands Jute and Cider Company, and the revolutionists''ll wish they hadn't. That's what'll happen. Mark me word. End of section 5. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 6 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 6 on some army appointments. Well, sir, said Mr. Dooley, I didn't vote for Mac, but I'm with him now. I had me doubts whether he was the greatest military genius of the century, but there's no question about it. We go into this war, if we ever do go into it, with the most fashionable army that ever creased its pants. 'Twill be a daily hint from Paris to the cruel foe. Other gin'rals iv the rough house kind, like Napoleon Bonaparte, the Emperor iv the French, General Ulysses S. Grant, an' Cousin George Dooley, hired coarse, rude men that wouldn't know the difference between goluf an' croquet, and had their pants tucked in their boots and chewed tobacco be the pound. Thank Hiven, McKinley knows better than to send the likes of thim abroad to shock our friends be dumpin' their coffee into themselves from a saucer. The door bell rings, and a footman in livery says, 'I'm Master Willie Doozleberry's man, and he's come to be examined f'r the army,' says he. 'Admit him,' says McKinley, and Master Willie enters, accompanied by his valet, his ma and pa, and the comity of the goluf club. 'Willie,' says the president, 'ye are enthrin' upon a glorious career, and 'tis necessary that ye should be thoroughly examined, so that ye can teach the glories of civilization to the tyrannies of Europe, that is supported be yer pa and ma,' he says. 'Twould be a turrible thing,' he says, 'if some day they should meet a Spanish gin'ral in Madrid and have him say to them, "I seen yer son Willie during the war wearin' a stovepipe hat and tan shoes. Let us begin the examination," he says. "Are ye a good goluf player?" "I am," says Willie. "Then I appoint ye a lieutenant. What we need in the army is good goluf players," he says. "In our former war," he says, "we had the misfortune to have men in command that didn't know the difference between a goluf stick and a bicycle. And what was the result? We foozled our approach at Bull Run," he says. "Are ye a member of any clubs?" he says. "4," says Willie. "Then I make ye a major," he says. "Where do ye get yer pant?" he says. "From England," says Willie. "Glorious," says McKinley. "I make ye a colonel," he says. "Let me try ye in tactics," he says. "Suppose ye was confronted by a Spanish army in the afternoon, how would ye dress?" he says. "I'd wear a stovepipe hat, a long coat, a white vest, and lavender pants," says Willie. "And if the attack was to be night," he says, "I'd put on me dress shoot and go out to meet them," says Willie. "A thorough soldier," says McKinley. "Suppose the sociable lasted all night," he says. "I'd sound the retreat at daybreak, and have me brave boys change back," he says, "to suitable apparel," he says. "Masterly," says McKinley. "I will send your name as a brigadier general," he says. "Thank God the rich," he says, "is brave and patriotic," he says. "Ye will join the other boys from the club at Tampa," he says. "You should be careful of your equipment," he says. "I have almost everything ready," says Willie. "Me man attended to them details," he said. "But I fear I can't go to the front immediately," he says. "Me pink silk pajamas hasn't arrived," he says. "Well," says Mac, "wait for them," he says. "I'm anxious fur to end this horrible war," he says, "which has cost me many a sleepy night," he says. "But 'twould be a crime fur to send a soldier unprepared to battle," he says. "Wait for the pajamas," he says. "Then on to war," he says. "And let your watchword be, 'Remember your manners,'" he says. "There's a man out here," says the private secretary, "that wants to see ye," he says. "He's a rough-lookin' character that was in the Sioux War," he says. "His name is Gin'ral Fittium," he says. "Throw the stiff out," says Mac. "I seen him in Pennsylvania Avenue yesterday, a-ridin' in a street car," he says. "And Willie, me boy," he says, "as little ye know what trouble I have from these vulgar sojers with pants that bags at the knees. Give me a goold-tipped cigarette and tell me whether shirtwaists is much worn in New York this year." "Yes, Hennessy, we'll put the tastiest army in the field that ever came out of a millinery shop. Right dress will be the order that'll mean somethin'. The army'll be followed be special correspondents from Butterick's Patterns and
Harper's Bazaar, and if our brave boys don't gore and pleat the enemy, 'twill be because the enemy'll be rude enough to shoot at any kind of clothes they find on the chair when they wake up.
End of section 6. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 7 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 7 On Strategy.
"A strategian," said Mr. Dooley in response to Mr. Hennessy's request for information, "is a champeen checker player. When the war broke out, me friend Mac went to me friend Hannah, and he says, 'What,' he says, 'can we do to crush the haughty power of Spain,' he says, 'and bring this hateful war to a early conclusion,' he says. 'Mobilize the checker players,' says Hannah. And from all corners of the country they've gone to Washington, where they're called the Strategy Board. Day and night they sit in a room with a checkerboard on the end of a flour barrel and study problems of the Navy. At night Mac drops in. 'Well, boys,' says he, 'how goes the battle?' he says. 'Glorious,' says the Strategy Board. 'Two more moves and we'll be in the king row.' 'Ah,' says Mac, 'this is too good to be true,' he says. 'In but a few brief minutes the drinks'll be on Spain,' he says. 'Have ye any plans for Sampson's fleet?' he says. 'Where is it?' says the Strategy Board. 'I dunno,' says Mac. 'Good,' says the Strategy Board. 'Where's the Spanish fleet?' says they. 'Bombardin' Boston at Cadiz. In San June de Matzoon, sighted near the gas house, be our special correspondent. Copyright 1898 v. Mike O'Toole. A strong position,' says the Strategy Board. 'Undoubtedly the fleet is headed south to attack and seize Armour's glue factory. Order Sampson to sail north as fast as he can and lay on a supply of ice. The summer's comin' on. Instruct Schley to put on all steam, and then put it off again, and call us up be telephone. Rush 83 million troops and 4 mules to Tampa, to Mobile, to Chickamauga, to Coney Island, to Ireland, to the Divil, and rush them back again. Don't rush them. Order Sampson to pick up the cable at Lincoln Park and run into the barm. Is the balloon corpse ready? It is? Then don't send it up. Send it up. Have the Mulligan Guards cooperate with Gomez and tell him to cut away his whiskers. They've got tangled in the riggin'. We need yellow fever troops. Have ye any yellow fever in the house? Give it to 20,300 men and send them after Governor Tanner. Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders are downstairs having their uniforms pressed. Order them on the golf links at once. There must be no indecision. Where's Richard Harding Davis? On the bridge of the New York? Turn the bridge. Seize General Miles' uniform. We must strengthen the gold reserve. Where's the Gussie? Running off to Cuba with 100 men at arms, of course. Oh, war is a dreadful thing. It's your move, Claude, says the Strategy Board. So it goes on, and day by day we read the terrible story of our brave strategians sacrificing their time on the altar of their country, as Hogan says. Little we thought when we went into this war of the horrors it would bring. Little we thought of the mothers at home weeping for the brave boys down at Washington, hurting their poor eyes over a checkerboard. Little we thought of these devoted men, as Hogan says, with aching heads, planning to send 300,000 million men and a carload of beans to their fate at Tampa, Florida. But some one must be sacrificed, as Hogan says, and these poor fellows in Washington with their red eyes and their tired backs will be an example to future generations, as Hogan says, of how an American soldier can face his duty when he has to, and how he can't whine when he hasn't to. "Dewey ain't a strategian?" inquired Mr. Hennessy.
No, said Mr. Dooley. Cousin George is a good man, and I'm very fond of him. More be the raison of his doin' that Mayo Boston Pat Mountjoy, but he has low tastes. We niver cud make a strategian of him. There's a kind of a vulgar fightin' strain in him that makes him want to go out and slug someone onct a month. I'm glad he ain't in Washington. The chances are he'd go to the Strategy Board and pull its hair.
End of section 7. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 8 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 8 on General Miles's Moonlight Excursion.
Dear, oh dear, said Mr. Dooley. I'd give $5 and I'd kill a man for free if I was out of this 6th Ward tonight and down with General Miles' grand picnic and moonlight excursion in Porther Bricky. 'Tis no comfort in bein' a coward when ye think of them brave lads facin' death be suffocation in bouquets and dyin' of waltzin' with the pretty girls iv Porther Ricky. I dinnaw whether General Miles picked out the job or whether 'twas picked out fur him. But anyhow, when he got to San Diego de Cubia and looked around him, he says to his friend General Shafter, 'General,' says he, 'ye have done well so far,' he says. ''Tis not for me to take the laurels from the steamin' brow of a thrue hero,' he says. 'I lave ye here,' he says, 'fur to complete the victory ye have so nobly begun,' he says. 'For you,' he says, 'the wallop in the eye from the newspaper reporter, the round robbing, and the sunstroke,' he says. 'For me, the hardship iv the battlefield, the late dinner, the theatre party, and the sickenin' polky,' he says. 'Gather,' he says, 'the fruits of your bravery,' he says. 'Return,' he says, 'to your native land, and receive any gratitude the Secretary of War can spare from his own family,' he says. 'For me,' he says, 'there is no way but for to return me back upon this festive scene,' he says, 'and go where Judy calls me,' he says. 'Orderly,' he says, 'put a bottle on the ice and see that me gold pants that I wear with the pale blue vest with the diamond buttons is ironed out,' he says. And with a haggard face he walked aboard the excursion steamer and wint away. I'd hate to tell ye iv the thriles iv the expedition, Hinnissy. When the picnic got as far as Punch on the southern coast iv Porther Ricky, General Miles gazes out and says he, 'This looks like a good place to hang the hammocks and have lunch,' says he. 'Forward, brave men,' says he. 'Where ye see me diamonds sparkle,' says he. 'Forward and plant the croquet arches iv our beloved country,' he says. And in they wint, like intrepid warriors that they are. On the beach they was met be a delegation from the town of Punch, consistin' of the mayor, the common council, the police and fire departments, the grand army of the republic, and prominent citizens in carriages. General Miles, making a hasty toilet, advanced unflinchingly to meet them. 'Gintlemen,' says he, 'what can I do for ye?' he says. 'We come,' says the chairman of the committee, 'for to offer ye,' he says, 'the run of the town,' he says. 'We have held out,' he says, 'as long as we could,' he says, 'but,' he says, 'there's a limit to human endurance,' he says. 'We can withstand ye no longer,' he says. 'We surrinder. Take us prisoners and receive us into your glorious and well-fed republic,' he says. 'Brave men,' says General Miles, 'I congratulate ye,' he says, 'on the heroism of your defense,' he says. 'Ye stuck manfully to your colors, whatever they are,' he says. 'I only wonder that ye waited for me to come before surrenderin',' he says. 'I welcome ye into the Union,' he says. 'I don't know how the Union'll feel about it, but that's no business of mine,' he says. 'Ye will get yer workin' cards from the walkin' delegate,' he says, 'and ye'll be entitled,' he says, 'to pay yer share of the taxes, and to live a while and die whin ye get ready,' he says, 'just the same as if ye was born at home,' he says. 'I don't know the names of ye, but I'll call ye all Casey for short,' he says. 'Put yer bouquets in the hammock,' he says, 'and return to punch,' he says, 'and freeze somethin' for me,' he says, 'for me throat is parched with the labours of the day,' he says. The rest of the avenin' was spent in dancin', music, and boat ridin', and an enjoyable time was had. The next day the army moved on to Punch, and General Miles marched into the ill-fated city, preceded by flower girls strewing roses and geraniums before him. In the afternoon they was a lawn tennis party, and at night the General attended a banquet at the Grand Palace Hotel. At midnight he was serenaded by the Remember the Maine Banjo and Mandolin Club. The entire populace attended, with pork chops in their buttonholes to show their patriotism. The next day, after breakfasting with Major Casey, he set out on his weary march over the rough, flower-strewn paths for San June. He has been in great peril from a withering fire of bouquets, and he has met and overpowered some of the most savage orators in Puerto Rico. But when I last heard of him, he had pitched his tents and ice cream freezers near the enemy's wall, and was gradually silencing them with proclamations. 'They'll kill him with kindness if he don't look out,' said Mr. Hennessy. 'I dunno about that,' said Mr. Dooley, 'but I know this, that there's the makin' of great statesmen in Puerto Rico, a proud people that can switch as quick as them lads have nothin' to larn in the way of what Hogan calls the signs of government, even from the Supreme Court.'"
End of Section 8. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California, shaggybark.blogspot.com. Section 9 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 9 on Admiral Dewey's activity.
"If they don't catch up with him pretty soon," said Mr. Dooley, "he'll fight his way around the world and come out through Barcelona or Cadiz." "Who's that?" asked Mr. Hennessy. "Me cousin George, no less," said Mr. Dooley. "I suppose ye think the war is over and peace has returned just because Teddy Rosenfeld is back home again, and the soldiers are hungry in New York 'stead of in San Diego. That's where you're wrong, Hennessy. That's where you're wrong, me bucko. The war is not over till Cousin George stops fightin'. The Spaniards have had enough. But among thrue fightin' men it don't make any difference what the feelin's of the lad underneath may be. 'Tis when the man on top has had his fill of fightin' that the trouble's over. And be the look of things, Cousin George has just begun to take tay. When me friend Mac concluded 'twas time for us to stop fightin' and begin skinnin' each other in what Hogan calls the marts of trade, he thought that ended it. So did Mac. He says he, 'Let us have peace,' he says. And Mark Hanna came out of the cellar where he's been since Cousin George presented his compliments to the Philippines, and would they prefer to be killed or drownded, and proposals was made to bond the Cuban patriots, and all the deuces in the deck begun to look like face cards again, when suddenly there comes a message from Cousin George. 'In pursuance of orders that niver come,' he says, 'today the squadron under my command knocked the divil out of the fortifications of the Philippines, bombarded the city, and locked up the insurgent general. The governor got away be swimmin' aboard a Dutch ship, and the Dutchman took him to Ding Dong. I'll attend to the Dutchman some afternoon when I have nothin' else to do. I'm settin' in the palace with me feet on the piany. Right soon. I won't get it. So no more at present from your old friend and well-wisher, George Dooley.'" "How are they going to stop him?
How are they going to stop him? There's Mac on the shore bawling orders. Come back, he says. Come back, I command ye, he says. George, come back, he says. The war's over, he says. We're at peace with the world, he says. George, he says. George, be a good fellow, he says. Live upon him, he says. Heavens and earth, he's baiting that poor Spaniard with a paving block. George, George, ye break me heart, he says. But George Dooley, he gives the wink to his friends, and says he, what's that man yellin' on the shore about? He says. Louder, he says. I can't hear ye, he says. Sing it, he says. Write to me on a postal card at Madrid, he says. Don't stop me now, he says. This is me busy day, he says. And away he goes with a piece of lead pipe in one hand and a couplin' pin in the other. What'll we do with him? We can't catch up with him. He's going too fast. Mac's a week behind him every time he stops anywhere. He has strung a trolley across the islands, and he's climbing mountains with his fleet. The only thing I see, Hennessy, that Mac can do is to go east and meet him comin' round. If he hurries, he'll strike him somewhere in Russia or Bulgaria and say to him, George, the war's over. Won't you come home with me? I think he'll listen to reason. I think a man ought to stop fighting when the war is ended, said Mr. Hennessy. I dunno about that, said Mr. Dooley. They started it without asking our leave, and I don't see what we've got to do with the way he finishes. 'Tis a turrible thing to be a man of high spirits and not to know when the other fellow's licked.
End of Section 9. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 10 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 10 On the Philippines.
I know what I'd do if I was Mac, said Mr. Hennessy. I'd heist a flag over the Philippines, and I'd take the whole lot of them.
And yet, said Mr. Dooley, 'tis not more than 2 months since she learned whether they were islands or canned goods. Your backyard is so small that your cow can't turn round without butting the woodshed off the premises, and ye wouldn't go out to the stockyards without taking out a policy on your life. Suppose ye was standin' at the corner of State Street and Archie Road, would ye know what car to take to get to the Philippines? If your son Packy was to ask you where the Philippines is, could ye give him any good idea whether they was in Russia or just west of the tracks?
Maybe I couldn't, said Mr. Hennessy haughtily, but I'm for taking them in anyhow.
So might I be, said Mr. Dooley, if I could only get me mind on it. One of the worst things about this here war is the way it's making puzzles for poor tired heads. When I went into it, I thought all I'd have to do was set up there behind the bar with a good 10-cent cigar in my teeth and toss dynamite bombs into the hated city of Havana. But look at me now. The war is still going on, and every night when I'm counting up the cash, I'm asking myself, will I annex Cuba or leave it to the Cubans? Will I take Puerto Rico or put it by? And what should I do with the Philippines? Oh, what should I do with them? I can't annex them because I don't know where they are. I can't let go of them because someone else'll take them if I do. They are 8,000 of them islands with a population of 100 million naked savages, and me bedroom's crowded now with me on the bed. How can I take them in, and how on earth am I going to cover the nakedness of them savages with me one shoot of clothes? And yet 'twould break me heart to think of giving people I never see or heard tell of back to other people I don't know. And if I don't take them, Schwartzmeister down the street that has half me trade already will grab them sure. It ain't that I'm afraid of not doing the right thing in the end, Hennessy. Some mornin' I'll wake up and know just what to do, and that I'll do. But 'tis the annoyance in the manetime. I've been readin' about the country. 'Tis over beyant your left shoulder when you're facin' east. Just throw your thumb back and ye have it as accurate as any man in town. 'Tis farther than Bulgaria and not as far as Blue Choo Choo. It's near Chiney and it's not so near, and if a man was to bore a well through from Goshen, Indiana, he might strike it and then again he might not. It's a poverty-stricken country, full of gold and precious stones, where the people can pick dinner off the trees and are starving because they have no step-ladders. The inhabitants is mostly nagars and Chinamen, peaceful, industrious, and law-abiding, but savage and bloodthirsty in their methods. They wear no clothes except what they have on, and each woman has 5 husbands and each man has 5 wives. The rest goes into the discard, the same as here. The islands has been owned by Spain since before the fire, and she's treated him so well they're now up in arms against her, except a majority of them, which is thoroughly loyal. The natives seldom fight, but when they get mad at one another, they run amuck. When a man runs amuck, sometimes they hang him and sometimes they discharge him and hire a new motorman. The women are beautiful with languishing black eyes, and they smoke cigars, but are hurried and incomplete in their dress. I see a picture of one the other day with nothing on her but a basket of coconuts and a hoop skirt. They're no prudes. We import juke, hemp, cigar wrappers, sugar, and fairy tales from the Philippines, and export 6-inch shells and the like. If late, the Philippines is awake to the fact they're behind the times, and has received much American ammunition in their midst. They say the Spaniards is all tore up about it. I learned all this from the papers, and I know 'tis straight. And yet, Hinnissy, I dinnaw what to do about the Philippines, and I'm all alone in the world. Everybody else has made up his mind. Ye ask any conductor on Archie Road, and he'll tell ye. You can find out from the papers, and if you really want to know, all you have to do is to ask a prominent citizen who can mow all the lawn he owns with a safety razor. But I don't know. Hang on to them, said Mr. Hennessy stoutly. What we've got, we must hold. Well, said Mr. Dooley, if I was Mac, I'd lave it to George. I'd say, George? I'd say, if you're for hang on it is. If you say let go, I drop them. 'Twas George won them with the shells, and the question's up to him.
End of Section 10. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 11 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 11 on Prayers for Victory.
It looks to me, said Mr. Dooley, as though me friend Mac had got tired of the Strategy Board and was going to lave the war to the men in black. How's that? Asked Mr. Hennessy,
who has at best a clouded view of public affairs.
Well, said Mr. Dooley, while the Strategians have been wearing out their jeans on cracker boxes in Washington, they's been goin' on the most deadly conflict ever heard tell of between the powerful preachin' navies of the two countries. Manila is nothin' at all to the scenes of carnage and slaughter, as Hogan says, that's been brought about by these destroyers. The Spaniards fired the open gun when the Bishop of Cadiz, a powerful turreted monitor old style, attacked at us with both for'ard guns and sent a storm of brimstone and hell into us. But the victory was not for long with the hated Spaniard. He was answered by our whole fleet of preachers. Then he was joined by the Bishop of Barcelona and the Bishop of Madrid and the Bishop of Havana, all battleships of the first class, followed by a fleet of cruisers running all the way from a full armoured vicar general to a protected parish priest.
To meet them, we sent the Bishop of New York, the Bishop of Philadelphia, the Bishop of Baltimore, and the Bishop of Chicago, accompanied by a flying squadron of Methodists, 3 Presbyterian monitors, a fleet of Baptist submarine destroyers, and a formidable array of Universalist and Unitarian torpedo boats, with a Jew ram. Meantime, the Bishop of Manila had fired a solid prayer, weighing a ton, at San Francisco, and a masked battery of Congregationalists replied, inflicting severe damage. Our Atlantic fleet is now searching for the enemy, and the Bishop of New York is blockading the Bishop of San Diego de Cuba. And there's been an exchange of prayers between the Bishop of Baltimore and the Bishop of Havana without much damage. The Lord knows how it'll come out. First one side prays that the wrath of heaven'll descend on the other, and then the other side returns the compliment with interest. The Spanish bishop says we're a lot of murtherin' irreligious thieves and ought to be swept from the face of the earth. We say his people are the same, and many of them. He wishes Heaven to sink our ships and destroy our men, and we hope he'll enjoy the same great blessin'. We have a shade the best of him, for his fleets are all of the same class and old style, and we have some of the most modern prayin' machines in the world. But he prays hard, and 'tis no aisy work to silence him. What do you think about it? Asked Mr. Hennessy. Well, said Mr. Dooley, I didn't know just what to think of it. Me own idea is that war is not a matter of prayers so much as a matter of punchin', and the only place a prayer book stops a bullet is in the story books. 'Tis like what Father Kelly said. 3 weeks ago last Sunday he met Hogan, and Hogan, wantin' to be smart, asked him if he'd offered up prayers for the success of the cause. Faith, I did not, says the good man. I was in too much of a hurry to get away. What was the matter? Asked Hogan. I had me uniform to brush up and me sword to polish, says Father Kelly. I am goin' with the regiment tomorrow, he says, and he says, if ye hear of me waitin' to pray, he says, any time they's a call for me, he says, to be in a fight, he says, ye may conclude, he says, that I've lost me mind and won't be back to me parish, he says. Hogan, he says, I'll go into the battle with a prayer book in one hand and a sword in the other, he says. And if the work calls for 2 hands, 'tis not the sword I'll drop, he says. Don't you believe in prayer? Says Hogan. I do, says the good man. But, he says, a healthy person ought, he says, to be ashamed, he says, to ask for help in a fight, he says. That's the way I look at it, said Mr. Hennessy. When 'tis an even thing in the prayin', may the best man win. You're right, Hennessy, said Mr. Dooley warmly. You're right, and the best man will win. End of section 11. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 12 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 12 on the Anglo-Saxon. Well, said Mr. Dooley, I see be the papers that the Snow White Pigeon of Peace have tied up the dogs of war. It's all over now. All we've got to do is to arrest the patriots and make the reconcentradios pay the stamp tax and be ready for to take a punch at Germany or France or Russia or any country on the face of the globe. And I'm glad of it. This war, Hennessy, has been a great strain on me. To think of the sufferin' I've endured. For weeks I lay awake at nights fearing that the Spanish armadillo would lave the Cape Verde Islands where it wasn't and take the train out here and hurl death and destruction into me little store. Day be day the pitiless X3s come out and beat down on me. Ye hear of Teddy Rosenfeld plunging into ambuscades and Secretary of Wars, but d'ye hear of Martin Dooley, the man behind the guns, 4,000 miles behind them, and willin' to be further? They are no bouquets for me. I'm what Hogan calls one of the mute, inglorious heroes iv the war, an' not so dam mute either. Some day, Hennessy, justice'll be done me, an' the likes iv me. And whin the story of a great battle is written, they'll print the kilt, the wounded, the missing, and the seriously disturbed, and them that have bore themselves well and bravely and paid the taxes and faced the deadly newspapers without flinchin' 'll be advanced 6 pints and given a chanst to turn Jack for the game. But me worruk ain't over just because Mac has ended the war and Teddy Rosenfeld is comin' home to bite the Secretary of War. You and me, Hennessy, has got to bring on this here Anglo-Saxon 'liance. An Anglo-Saxon, Hennessy, is a German that's forgot who was his parents. There are a lot of them in this country. There must be as many as 2 in Boston. They's one up in Maine, and another lives at Boggs Ferry in New York State and drives a milk wagon. Mac is an Anglo-Saxon. His folks come from the County Armagh, and their national Anglo-Saxon hymn is O'Donnell Aboo. Teddy Rosenfeld is another Anglo-Saxon, and I'm an Anglo-Saxon. I'm one of the hottest Anglo-Saxons that ever come out of Anglo-Saxony. The name of Dooley has been the proudest Anglo-Saxon name in the County Roscommon for many years. Schwarzmeister is an Anglo-Saxon, but he doesn't know it and won't till someone tells him. Peterbowbeen, down by the French circus, is formin' the Circle Francaise Anglo-Saxon Club, and me old friend Domingo that used to boss the Archie Road wagon when Callahan had the street contract will march at the head of the Dago Anglo-Saxons when the time comes. There are 20,000 Russian Jews at a quarter a vote in the 7th Ward, and armed with rag hooks, they'll be a terrible thing for any enemy of the Anglo-Saxon alliance to face. The Bohemians and Pole Anglo-Saxons may be a little slow in wakin' up to what the paper calls our common heritage, but ye may be sure they'll be all right when they're called on. We've got together an Anglo-Saxon alliance in this ward, and we're going to elect Sarsfield O'Brien president, Hugh O'Neill Darcy vice president, Robert Emmett Clancy secretary, and Wolfe Tone Malone treasurer. O'Brien'll be a good one to have. He was in the Fenian raid, and his father carried a pike in '48, and he's in the clan. Besides, he has a strong pull with the ancient order of Anglo-Saxon Hibernians. I tell ye, when the clan and the Sons of Sweden and the Banana Club and the Circle Francaise and the Polak Benevolent Society and the Russian Sons of Dynamite and the Benny Breath and the Coffee Clutch that Schwarzmeister runs and the Turndymind and the Holland Society and the Afro-Americans and the other Anglo-Saxons begin for to raise their Anglo-Saxon battle cry, it'll be all day with the 8 or 9 people in the world that has the misfortune of not being brought up Anglo-Saxons. There's going to be a debate on the alliance at the '98 picnic at Ogden's Grove, said Mr. Hennessy. P'raps, said Mr. Dooley sweetly, ye might like to borry the loan of an ice pick. End of section 12, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 13 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 13 On a Letter from the Front. Mr. Dooley looked important, but affected indifference as he mopped the bar. Mr. Hennessy, who had learned to study his friend in order to escape disagreeable complications, patiently waited for the philosopher to speak. Mr. Dooley rubbed the bar to the end, tossed the cloth into a mysterious recess with a practised movement, moved a glass or two on the shelf, cleaned his spectacles, and drew a letter from his pocket. He said. I have news from the front. Me nephew, Terry Donahue, has sent me a letter telling me all about it. "How should he know?" Mr. Hennessy asked. "How should he know, is it?" Mr. Dooley demanded warmly. "How shouldn't he know? Isn't he a soldier in the army? Isn't it him that's down there in Sandago fightin' for the honor of the flag, while the likes of you is up here livin' like a prince and doin' nothin' at all the livelong day but shovel at the rollin' mills? Who are ye for to criticize the definders of our country, who are lyin' in the trenches and havin' the clothes stole off their backs be the patriotic Cubans, I'd like to know? For 2 pins, Hennessy, you and I'd quarrel." "I didn't mean nothin'," Mr. Hennessy apologized. "I didn't know he was down there." "Nayther did I," said Mr. Dooley, "but I informed meself. I'll have no wan in this place speak agin the army. Ye can have yer say about Mac. He has a good job, an' 'tis right an' proper f'r to baste him from time to time. It shows you're in good trim, an' it don't hurt him. There's no one to stop his pay. He goes up to the cashier an' dhraws his 41.66 just the same whether he's sick or well, an' whether he's pulled the box reg'lar or has been playin' 45s in the back room. But whin ye come to castin' aspersions on th' army, be heavens, you'll find that I can put me thumb on this showcase an' go over at one lip." "I didn't say anything," said Mr. Hennessy. "I didn't know about Terry." "Iv course ye didn't," said Mr. Dooley. "An' that's what I'm sayin'. You're here wallowin' in luxury, wheelin' pig iron from mornin' till night, an' ye have no thought of what's goin' on beyant. You an' John D. Rockefeller an' Phil Armour an' J. Pierpont Morgan an' th' rest iv ye is settin' back at home, figurin' how ye can make some wan else pay yer taxes f'r ye. What is it to ye that me nevhew Terry is sleepin' in ditch wather an' atin' hardtacks an' coffee, an' bein' robbed be lieber Cubans an' catchin' yallow fever without a chanst iv givin' it to ever a Spaniard? Ye think more iv a stamp than ye do iv yer country. You're like the Sugar Thrust. For 2 cents ye'd refuse to support the gover'mint. I know ye, ye bloated monopolist." "I'm no such thing," said Mr. Hennessy hotly. "I've been a Dimycrat for 30 year." "Well, annyhow," said Mr. Dooley, "don't speak disrespectful iv the army. Lave me read you Terry's letter from the front. M.M. In the trenches 2 miles from Sandago with a land crab as big as a lobster crawlin' up me back be way of Kingston, June 6. Dear Uncle Martin. That's the way it begins. Dear Uncle Martin, we are all well here except them that is not, an' hope ye're enjoyin' the same great blessin'. It's hotter down here than Billy be damned. They's a rollin' mill near here just the same as at home, but all the hands is laid off on account iv bad times. They used old fashioned wooden wheelbarrers an' fired with wood. I don't think they could handle the pig the way we done, bein' small lads. The coke has to be hauled up in sacks be the gang. That derrick hands got 6 a week, but hadn't any union. Helpers got 4.20. Puddlers was well paid. I wint through the plant before we come up here an' run a wagon up the plank just to keep me hand in. Tell me frinds that one gang of good lads from the road cud work any 3 of the gangs down here. The mills is owned be Rockefeller, so no more at present from your affectionate nevhew, Peter Casey, who's writin' this for me." "'Tis a good letter," said Mr. Hennessy. "I don't see how they could get derrick hands for 6 a week." "Me frind John D. knows how," said Mr. Dooley. End of Section 13. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 14 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 14 on Our Cuban Allies. "Well, sir," said Mr. Dooley, "damn them Cubians. If I was General Shafter, I'd back up the wagon in front of the dure, and I'd say to General Garshy, I'd say, 'I want you,' and I'd have them all down at the station and dacently booked be the desk sergeant before the fall of night. The impudence of them!" "What have they been doin'?" Mr. Hennessy asked. "Failin' to understand our civilization," said Mr. Dooley. "Ye see, it was this way. This is the way it was. Gin'ral Garshy, with 100,000 men's been fightin' bravely for 2 years for to liberate Cubia. For 2 years he's been marchin' his 75,000 men up an' down the island, desthroyin' the haughty Spaniard by the millions. When war was declared, he offered his own sarvice and the sarvices of his army of 50,000 men to the United States. And while waitin' for ships to arrive, he marched at the head of his 10,000 men down to San Diego de Cuba and captured a cigar factory, which they soon reduced to smokin' ruins. They was holdin' this position, Gin'ral Garshy and his gallant 1,000 men, when Gin'ral Shafter arrived. Gin'ral Garshy immediately offered the sarvices of himself and his 200 men for the capture of San Diego, and when Gin'ral Shafter arrived, there was Gin'ral Garshy with his gallant band of 50 Cubians, ready to eat at a minute's notice. Gin'ral Shafter is a big, coarse, two-fisted man from Michigan, and when he see Gin'ral Garshy and his 25 gallant followers, "Front," says he. "This way," he says. "Step lively," he says, "and move some of these things," he says. "Sir," says Gin'ral Garshy, "d'ye take me for a dray?" he says. "I'm a soldier," he says, "not a baggage car," he says. "I'm a Cuban patriot, and I'd lay down me life and the lives of every one of the 18 brave men of me devoted army," he says. "But I'll be damned if I carry a thrunk," he says. "I'll fight whenever 'tis cool," he says. "And they ain't one of these 12 men here that wouldn't follow me to hell if they was awake at the time," he says. "But," he says, "if 'twas worruk we were lookin' fur, we could have found it long ago," he says. "They's a lot of it in this country that nobody's usin'," he says. "What we want," he says, "is freedom," he says. "And if ye think we have been in the woods dodgin' the savage correspondent for 2 year," he says, "for the sake of rushin' yer laundry home," he says, "'tis no wonder," he says, "that the roads from Marinette to Kalamazoo is paved with goold bricks bought be the people iv yer native state," he says. So Shafter had to carry his own trunk, and well it was for him that it wasn't General Miles, the weather bein' hot, and Shafter was mad clear through, and when he took hold of San Diego and was sending out invitations, he scratched Garshy. Garshy took his gallant band of 6 back to the woods, and there the 3 of them are now, armed with 40 rounds of canned lobster and ready to resist to the death. Him and the other man has written General Shafter to tell him what they think of him, and it don't take long. "Well," said Mr. Hennessy, "I think Shafter done wrong. He might have asked Garshy in for to see the show, seein' that he's been hangin' around for a long time, doin' the best he could." "It isn't that," explained Mr. Dooley. "The throuble is, the Cubians don't understand our civilization. Over here, freedom means hard work. What is the ambition of all of us, Hennessy? 'Tis either to hold our job or to get one. We want work. We must have it. D'ye remember the sign the mob carried in the procession last year? 'Give us work or we perish,' it said. They had their heads bait in be policemen because no philanthropist'd come along and make them shovel coal. Now in Cubia, when the mobs turns out, they carry a banner with the words, 'Give us nothin' to do or we perish.' When a Cubian comes home at night with a happy smile on his face, he don't say to his wife and childher, 'Thank God, I've got work at last,' he says. 'Thank God, I've been fired.'
and the childher go out and they say, 'Papa has lost his job,' and Mrs. Cubian buys herself a new bonnet, and where once they was sorrow and despair, all is happiness and a cottage organ. You can't make people here understand that. And you can't make a Cubian understand that freedom means the same thing as a penitentiary sentence. When we try to get him to work, he'll say, 'Why should I? I haven't committed any crime.' That's going to be the trouble. The first thing we know, we'll have another war in Cubia when we begin distributing good jobs, 12 hours a day, 175. The Cubians ain't civilized in our way. I sometimes think I've got a touch of Cubian blood in me own veins."
End of section 14. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 15 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 15 on the destruction of Cervera's fleet. These comments were made by Mr. Dooley during a strike of the stereotypers, which caused the English newspapers of Chicago temporarily to suspend publication.
"I hear," said Mr. Hennessy, "that the stereopticons on the newspapers have struck." "I should think they would," said Mr. Dooley. "The last time I was downtown was election night, when Charter Haitch's big lad was elected, and they was workin' the stereopticons till they was black in the face. What's the news? The what cheer Iowa Lamp of Freedom is on the streets with a telegram that Shafter has captured San Diego de Cuba, and is now settin' on General Pando's chest with his hands in his hair. But this is denied by the Palo Gazette, the Macoun County Register, and the Meridian Street Afro-American. I also see by the Daily Scorecard, the Wine List, the Deaf Mute Spokesman, the Morgue Life, the Bill of Fare, the Stockyard Street Steer, and Jack's Tips on the Races, the only daily paper printed in Chicago, that Sampson's fleet is in the Suez Canal bombarding Cadiz. The Northwestern Christian Advocate says this is not true, but that George Dixon was outpointed to be an English boxer in a 20-round go in New York." "You've got things mixed up," said Mr. Dooley. "I get the news straight. 'Twas this way. The Spanish fleet was bottled up in San Diego Harbor, and they drew the cork. That's a joke. I see it in the papers. The gallant boys of the Navy was settin' out on the deck defendin' their country and drawin' 3 cards apiece, when the Spanish Admiral concluded 'twould be better for him to be destroyed on the ragin' sea, him bein' a sailor, than to have his fleet captured be cavalry. Anyhow, he was willin' to take a chance, and he says to his sailors, 'Spaniards,' he says, 'Castiles,' he says, 'we have et the last bed tick,' he says, 'and if we stay here much longer,' he says, 'I'll have to have a steak off the armor plate fried for ye,' he says. 'Lave us go out where we can have a run for our money,' he says, and away they went. I'll say this much for him. He's a brave man, a damn brave man. I don't like a Spaniard no more than ye do, Hennessy. I never see one. But if this here man was a Zulu, I'd say he was a brave man. If I was aboard one of them yachts that was convarted, I'd go to this here Cervera, and I'd say, 'Manuel,' I'd say, 'you're all right, me boy. Ye ought to go to a doctor and have your eyes reset, but you're a good fellow. Go downstairs,' I'd say, 'into the basement of the ship,' I'd say, 'and open the cupboard just next to the head of the bed, and find the bottle marked Floridy water, and treat yourself kindly.' That's what I'd say to Cervera. He's all right. Well, when our boys see the Spanish fleet comin' out of the harbor, they gathered on the deck and sang the national anthem. There'll be a hot time in the old town tonight." A lieutenant come up to where Admiral Sampson was sittin' playin' 7-up with Admiral Schley. 'Bill,' he says, 'the Spanish fleet is comin' out,' he says. 'What talk have ye?' says Sampson. 'Send out some rowboats and a yacht and destroy them. Clubs is trumps,' he says, and he wint on playin'. The Spanish fleet was attacked on all sides be our brave lads, nobly assisted be the dispatch boats of the newspapers. One by one they was destroyed. 3 battleships attacked the convarted yacht Gloucester. The Gloucester used to be owned by Pierpont Morgan, but 'twas convarted and is now leadin' a dacent life. The Gloucester sunk them all, the Christabel, the Visera, and the Admiral O'Quinn. It then went up to 2 Spanish torpedo boats and give them 1 punch, and away they went. Be this time the soldiers had heard of the victory, and they gathered on the shore singin' the national anthem. There'll be a hot time in the old town to night, me bebby. The glorious old tune to which Washington and Grant and Lincoln marched was took up by the sailors on the ships, and Admiral Cervera run one of his boats ashore and jumped into the sea. At last accounts, the following dispatches had been received. To William McKinley, congratulations on your noble victory. Signed, William McKinley. To Russell A. Alger, ye done splendid. Signed, Russell A. Alger. To James Wilson, Secretary of Agriculture, this is a great day for Iowa. Are ye much hurted? Signed, James Wilson. Where did ye hear all this? Asked Mr. Hennessy in great amazement. I read it, said Mr. Dooley impressively, in the Staatszeitung. End of section 15. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 16 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 16 on a letter to Mr. Depew. I usen't to know, said Mr. Dooley, what my friend General Sherman meant when he said that thing about war. I've been through 2 of them, not to speak of conventions and primaries, and divil the bit of harm come to me no more than if I was settin' on a roof playin' an accordion. But I know now what the old lad meant. He meant war was hell when 'twas over. I ain't heard any noise from the fellows that went into trenches and plugged the villainous Spaniard. Most of them is too weak to kick. But the proud and fearless patriots who restrained themselves and didn't go to the front, and lads that shrugged hard with their warlike tendencies, and finally downed them and stayed at home and practiced up upon the typewriter, they're ragin' and tearin' and destroyin' their foes. Did ye see that me friend Alger wrote to Chancey Depew? Well, sir, Alger has been mistreated. There's a good man. I say he's a good man, and he is, too. At any thrick from shingles to 2x4s, he's as good as the best. But no one appreciated Alger. No one understood him. No one ever tried to. Day by day he published the private letters of other people, and that didn't throw any light on his character. Day by day he had his pictures took, and still the people didn't get on to the curves with him. Day by day he chatted of the terrors of war, and still people only said, and Alger also ran. But the time come when Alger could contain himself no longer, and he sat down and wrote to Chancey Depew. Mr. Chancey Depot, care of Grand Central Depew, New York, Esquire. Dear Chancey, I've been expecting a letter from ye for 3 or 4 days, and reply to same will say, oh, Chancey, ye don't know how I suffer. I'm that low in me mind I feel like a bunch of lathes. Oh dear, to think of what I've gone through. I went into the war unprepared, and had only so many rounds of cartridges and a cross-cut saw, and I failed to provide myself with the ordinary necessities of life. But in spite of me deficiencies, I went bravely ahead. The strain was something terrible on me. Me mind gave out repeatedly. I could not think at times, but I never faltered. In 2 months I had enough supplies piled up in Maine to feed every soldier in Cuba. They were thousands of rounds of cartridges for every regiment, and all the regiments had to do was to write for them. The Navy had taken Manila and Cervera's fleet, and the Army had taken San Diego and the yellow fever. The war is over, and peace once more wags her wings over the country. Pine Scantlings is quoted strong. Everywhere is peace and content. My photographs are on sale at all first-class news dealers, yet there is no calm for me. Unthinking ones insult me. They tell me a soldier can't ate general orders. They want me to resign and go back to me humble home in Michigan. Disgusting men that have done nothing but get themselves shot ask for milk and quinine. They'll be asking me to carry food to them next. Oh, Chauncey, oh, heavens! Ye can't know how grieved I am. Rather would I have perished in a log jam than to have endured this ingratitude. But in looking back over me past life, I can think of no wrong I've done. If me memory is at fault, please note. Me career is an open book. I've held nothing back from the public, not even when 'twas marked private. I can say with the poet that I done me duty. But oh, Chancey, don't ever aspire to my job. Be Secretary of War if ye will, but never be Secretary of a war. Do not offer this letter to the newspapers. Make them take it. How's things goin' with ye, old pal? I hope to see ye at the seaside. Till then, I'm yours, sick at heart, but ain't regular, Russ. Well, said Mr. Hennessy, the poor man must have had a hard time of it. He did, said Mr. Dooley. Never laid his head to a pillow before 8. Up with the moon. He's suffered as no man can tell, but he'll be all right when his mind's at rest. End of section 16, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 17 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Don W. Jenkins. Section 17 on the President's Cat. 'Twas this way about Dr. Hookenlooper. Mac has a cat that was give him for a Christmas present be me friend Pierpont Morgan, and the cat was a great favourite in the White House. 'Twas as quiet as the Secretary of Agriculture and as affectionate as the Secretary of the Treasury. The cat was called Gould Bonds because of the interest he drew. He very often played with the Secretary of the Navy, and every one that came to the White House for a job loved him. But one day Gould Bonds began to look bad. He couldn't eat the rich cream out of the diamond-studded saucer. He stopped casting an eye at the canary in the cage. When the Secretary of the Navy went down for to play with him, Gould Bonds spit at that good and great man. Mac was shaving himself before the looking-glass and had just got his face pulled round to one side for a good gash when he heard a scream of agony behind him, and turned to see Gould Bond leap up with his paws on his stomach and hit the ceiling. Mac gave a cry of terror and grabbed at Gould Bonds. Away went Gould Bonds through the house. The Secretary of War seen him comin' and called, "Pussy, pussy!" Gould Bonds went through his legs and galloped for where the Postmaster Gineral was settin' editin' his paper. The Postmaster Gineral had just got as far as "We opine," whin he see gold bonds, and he bate the cat to the windy be a whisker. Well, gold bonds ended up in the coal cellar, and they was a cabinet council for to see what was to be done. Send for Dr. Heinegagubler, says the Secretary of War. He's one of the greatest surgeons of our time, he says, and can cure anything from pins to glanders, he says. The famous Dr. Honeycooler was summoned. Sir, says Mac, gold bonds, the pride of the administration, has had a fit, he says. 'Twould break our hearts to lose our little pet, he says. Go, he says, and take such measures as your noble healing art suggests, he says, and may the prayers of an agonized foster parent go with ye, he says. And Dr. Higginlocker went down into the coal shed, and when he came back, it was with gold bonds in his arms, weak and pale, but with a wan smile on his lips. After embracing gold bonds and tucking him away in bed, Mac turns to the Doc. Doc, he says, ye have performed a noble service, he says. I appoint ye a Major General, he says. I'm that already, says the Doc. I've rich relatives in Philadelphia, he says. But, says Mac, 'tis a shame to think of your noble services bein' wasted, he says. When your country calls, he says, I appoint ye, he says, Surgeon General, he says. Proceed, he says, to Cuba, and stamp out the dread ravages, he says, of ringbone and stagger, he says. That's how Doc got the job. He was a great man down there, and now he is one of the veterinarians of the war. Ye heard of typhoid and yellow fever in the trenches? But did ye hear anything of spavin or the foot and mouth disease? Not once. Doc was on duty late and early, sleepless and vigilant. He stood beside the sufferin' mules, allayin' their pain, and slowly but surely draggin' them out of the clutches of pink eye and epizootic. He had a cheery word, a pleasant smile, and a bottle of liniment for one and all. He cured Teddy Rosenfeldt's horse of the interference and made a soothin' lotion of axle grease for General Shafter's buckboard. Ye might see him any time wand'rin' through the camp with a hatful of oats and a wisp of hay. They called him the Stall Angel, and countless thousands of sick horses blessed him. He's a great man, is the Doc. But if it hadn't been for gold bonds, the country would never have had his services. Who knows but that Mac's cat was the rail victor at Sandago? Didn't he cure any men? Asked Mr. Hennessy. Sure, said Mr. Dooley. He cured Teddy Rosenfeld of Bolton.
End of section 17. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 18 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 18. On a Speech by President McKinley.
I hear that Mac's in town, said Mr. Dooley. Didn't you see him? asked Mr. Hennessy. Faith, I did not, said Mr. Dooley. If 'tis meetin' me he's after, all he has to do is to get on a car and ride out to number 9009 Archie Road and stop when he sees the sign of Tipperary Budweiser Brewin' Company. I'm here from 8 in the mornin' till midnight, and the rest of the time I'm in the back room in the arms of Orpheus, as Hogan says. The President is as welcome as any respectable married man. I will give him a chat and a drink for 15 cents, and as we're not, as a friend of mine in the grocery and pottery business says, entirely a commercial and industrial nation, if he has the Secretary of the Treasury with him, I'll give him 2 for 25 cents, which is the standard of value among civilized nations the world over. President of the United States, says ye? Well, I'm president of this liquor store, from the picture of the Chicago fire above the washstand in the back room to the doorstep. Beyond that belongs to the policeman on the bait. An American's home, as one of the poets says, is his castle, till the mortgage falls due. And divil a foot will I put out of this door to see e'er president, prince, or potentate, from the Tsar of Russia to the King of China. There's President Mac at the Orgy Tour Room, and here's President Dooley at 999, and the length of the street between them. Says he, come over to the hotel and see me. Says I, if ye find yourself thrown from a car in me neighborhood, drop in. And there ye are. I may go to me grave without gettin' an eye on the one man besides meself that don't know what the furrin policy of the United States is goin' to be. And he, poor man, when some one asks him, did ye ever meet Dooley, 'll have to say, no, I had the chanst once, but me accursed pride kept me from visitin' him. I read his speeches, though, and know what he's doin'. Some of them are great. He attended the banquet given be the Prosperity Brigade at the hotel where he's stoppin'. 'Twas a magnificent assemblage iv the laborin' classes, costin' $15 a plate, and only disturbed when a well-to-do gintleman in the dry goods business had to be thrown out for takin' a kick at a waiter. I read be the papers that when Mac came in he was received be the gatherin' with shouts of approval. The proceedin's was opened with a prayer that Providence might remain under the protection of the administration. The Secretary of the Treasury followed with a grand speech, highly commendin' the action of the Treasury Department durin' the late war. But, says he, I cannot, he says, so far forget meself, he says, as not to mention, he says, that, he says, if it hadn't been for the sublime patriotism and courage, he says, of the gentlemen whom we honor, he says, in puttin' me on the force, he says, I might not be here tonight, he says. The Secretary of the Treasury was followed by the General Shafter. Gentlemen, says he, it gives me, he says, great pleasure, he says, to be present in the midst of so many and so various victuals, he says. Of course, he says, I realize me own great worth, he says. But, he says, I would have to be more than human, he says, to overlook the debt of gratitude, he says, the country owes, he says, to the man whose foresight, wisdom, and prudence brought me for'ard at such an opportune time, he says. Gentlemen, he says, unless ye have lived in the buckboard for months on the parched deserts of Cubia, he says, ye little know what a pleasure it is, he says, to drink, he says, to the author of our being here, he says. And General Miles went out and punched the bell boy. Mac rose up in a perfect hurricane of applause, and says he, gentlemen, he says, and fellow heroes, he says, ye do me too much honor, he says. I alone should not have the credit of this glorious victory. There are others. A voice, Shafter, another voice, Gage, another voice, Dooley. But I pass to a more congenial line of thought, he says. We have just emerged from a terrible war, he says. Again, he says, we are a united union, he says. No north, he says, no south, no east, he says, no west, no northeast, a point east, he says. The enemies of our country has been crushed, he says, or is stuck down in Floridy with his reg'ment talkin', he says. His hellish doctrines to the alligators, he says. The nation is once more at peace under the grand gold standard, he says. Now, he says, the question is, what shall we do with the fruits of victory, he says. A voice, can them. Our duty to civilization commands us to be up and doin', he says. We are bound, he says, to realize our destiny, whatever it may be, he says. We can not turn back, he says. The hands of the clock that even as I speak, he says, is rushin' through the hearts of men, he says. dashin' its spray against the star of liberty and hope, and no north, no south, no east, no west, but a steady purpose to do the best we can considerin' all the circumstances of the case,' he says. 'I hope I have made the matter clear to you,' he says, 'and with these few remarks,' he says, 'I will turn the job over to destiny,' he says, 'which is sure to lead us iver on and back and forth, a united and happy people, livin',' he says, 'under an administration that, thanks to our worthy President and his capable and earnest advisers, is second to none,' he says." "What do you think ought to be done with the fruits of the victory?" Mr. Hennessy asked. "Well," said Mr. Dooley, "if 'twas up to me, I'd eat what was ripe and give what wasn't ripe to the enemy. And I guess that's what Mac means." End of section 18. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 19 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 19 on the Hero in Politics. "'Tis as much as a man's life is worth these days," said Mr. Dooley, "to have a vote. Look here," he continued, diving under the bar and producing a roll of paper. "Here's the pictures of candidates I pulled down from the windy, and just knowin' they're here makes me that nervous for the contents of the cash drawer, I'm afraid to turn me back for a minyit. I'm goin' to throw them out in the backyard. All heroes, too, Hennessy. They's Mike O'Toole, the hero of Sandago, that here lost his life be drink on his way to the army, and had to be sent home without lavin' the city. There's Teddy Mangan, the night man at Flaherty's, that loaded the men that loaded the guns that kilt the mules at Matunzas. There's Hero O'Brien, that would have enlisted if he hadn't been too old, and the contractin' business in such good shape. There's Bill Corey, that come near losin' his life at a cinematograph iv the Battle iv Manila. They're all here, bedad, ready to sarve their country to the bitter end, and to rush, voucher in hand, to the city treasurer's office at a minite's notice. I went to a hero meeting the other night, Hennessy, and that's strange for me. When a man gets to be my age, he laves the shoutin' for the youth of the land, unless he has a political job. I never had a job but onct. That was when I was precinct captain, and a good one I was, too. None better. I've been on the Central Committee today, but for me losin' ambition when they run a man by the name of Eckstein for alderman. I was sayin', Hennessy, when a man gets to be my age, he ducks political meetings and reads the papers and weighs the evidence and the arguments, pro-arguments and con-arguments, and makes up his mind calmly and votes the Democratic ticket. But young Dorsey, he made me go with him to the heroes' meetin' in Finucane's Hall. Well, sir, there was O'Toole and all the rest on the platform in uniform with flags over them, and the bands playin' 'There'll be a hot time in the old town to-night again,' and the chairman was Plunkett. You know Plunkett, a good man if they was no grand juries. He was makin' a speech. 'When the battle raged,' he says, 'and the bullets from the haughty Spaniards repatin' Mauser rifles,' he says, 'where was Cassidy?' he says. 'In his saloon,' says I. 'In Emerald Avenue,' says I. 'Thrue for ye,' says Plunkett. 'And where,' he says, 'was our candidate?' he says. 'In somebody else's saloon,' says I. 'No,' says he. 'When the President,' he says, 'called the nation to arms,' he says, 'and Congress voted $50 million good bucks for the national defense,' he says, 'Thomas Francis Dorgan,' he says, 'in that minute of national pearl,' says he, 'left his good job in the pipe yard,' he says, 'and went down to the recruitin' office and says, "How many calls for volunteers is out?" he says. 'One,' says the officer. "Put me down," says Dorgan, "for the 10th call," he says. "This gentleman of the 4th precinct," he says, "is Thomas Francis Dorgan, a man who, if elicted," he says, "victory'll perch," he says, "upon our banners," he says, "an'," he says, "the national honour will be maintained," he says, "in the county board," he says. I went out to take the air, and I met me friend Clossie, the little tailor from Halsted Street. Him and me had a shell of beer together at the German's, and says I, "What d'ye think of the heroes?" I says. "Well," says he, "I make no doubt 'twas brave of Dorgan," he says, "for to put his name in for the 10th call," he says, "but," he says, "I don't like Plunkett, and it seems to me a man'd have to be a hell of a strong man, even if he was a hero, to be Plunkett's man and keep his hands out of your pockets," he says. "I'm with Clancy's candidate," he says. "He niver offered to enlist for the war," he says, "but 'twas Clancy put Terrence on the police force and got the school for Aggie," he says. "That's the way I feel," said Mr. Hennessy. "I wouldn't trust Plunkett as far as I could throw a cow be the tail. If Dorgan was Clancy's war hero, I'd be with him." "Anyhow," said Mr. Dooley, "mighty few of the rale heroes of the war is runnin' for office. Most of them put on their blue overalls when they was mustered out, and went up and asked for their old jobs back, and sometimes got them. You can see as many as 10 of 'em at the rollin' mills defendin' the nation's honour with wheelbarrows and a slag shovel." End of Section 19. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 20 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Don W. Jenkins. Mr. Dooley in Peace. Section 20. On New Year's Resolutions. Mr. Hennessy looked at the rain dripping down in Archie Road and sighed. "Aha, 'tis a bad spell of weather we're havin'." "Faith it is," said Mr. Dooley, "or else we mind it more than we did. I can't remember one day from another. When I was young I never thought of rain or snow, cold or heat, but now the heat stings and the cold wrenches me bones, and if I go out in the rain with less on me than a ton of rubber, I'll pay dear for it in achin' joints, so I will. That's what old age means. And now another year has been put on to what we had before, and we're expected to be gay. 'Ring out the old,' says a guy at the Brothers' School. 'Ring out the old, ring in the new,' he says. 'Ring out the false, ring in the thrue,' he says. It's a pretty sentiment, Hennessy, but how are we goin' to do it? Nothin'd please me betther than to turn me back on the wicked and inglorious past, rayform me life, and live at peace with the wurruld to the end of me days. But how the divil can I do it? As the fellow says, can the leopard change his spots, or can't he? You know Dorsey, of course, the cross-eyed Mayo man that came to this country about one day in advance of a warrant for sheep stealin'? Ye know what he done to me, tellin' people I was caught in me cellar pourin' water into a bar'l. Well, last night, says I to myself, thinkin' of Dorsey, I says, I swear that henceforth I'll keep me temper with me fellow men. I'll not let anger or jealousy get the better of me, I says. I'll lave off me old feuds, and if I meet me enemy goin' down the street, I'll go up and shake him by the hand, if I'm sure he hasn't a brick in the other hand. Oh, I was mighty complimentary to meself. I set be the stove drinkin' hot wans, and every one I drunk made me more iv a poet. 'Tis the way with the stuff. When I'm in drink, I have many a fine thought, and if I wasn't too comfortable to go and look for the ink bottle, I could write poems that'd make Shakespeare and Mike Scanlon think they were workin' on a dredge. Why, says I, carry into the new year the hatreds of the old, I says. Let the dead past bury its dead, says I.
turn your lamps up to the blue sky,' I says. It was rainin' like the divil, and the hour was midnight, but I give no heed to that, bein' comfortable with the hot ones. And I went to the dure, and when Mike Duffy came by on number 105 ringin' the gong of the car, I hollered to him, 'Ring out the old, ring in the new. Go back into your stall,' he says, 'and ring yourself out,' he says. 'You're wet through,' he says. When I woke up this mornin', the pothry had all disappeared, and I begun to think the last hot one I took had something wrong with it. Besides, the lumbago was grippin' me till I could hardly put one foot before the other. But I remembered me promises to myself, and I went out on the street, intendin' to wish ivry man a happy New Year, and hopin' in me heart that the first one I wished it to'd tell me to go to the devil so I could hit him in the eye. I hadn't gone half a block before I spied a Dorsey across the street. I picked up a half brick and put it in me pocket, and Dorsey done the same. Then we went up to each other. 'A happy New Year,' says I. 'The same to you,' says he. 'And many of them,' he says. 'Ye have a brick in your hand,' says I. 'I was thinkin' of givin' ye a New Year's gift,' says he. 'The same to you, and many of them,' says I, fondlin' me own ammunition. ''Tis even all round,' he says. 'It is,' says I. 'I was thinkin' last night I'd give up me grudge against you,' says he. 'I had the same thought meself,' says I. 'But since I seen your face,' he says, 'I've concluded that I'd be more comfortable hatin' ye than havin' ye for a friend,' says he. 'Ye're a man of taste,' says I. And we backed away from each other. He's a tip and can throw a stone like a rifleman. And Hinnissy, I'm something of an amateur shot with a half brick meself. Well, I've been thinkin' it over, and I've argued it out that life'd not be worth livin' if we didn't keep our inimies. I can have all the friends I need. Any man can that keeps a liquor store. But a rale strong enemy, specially a Mayo enemy, one that hates ye hard, and that ye'd take the coat off your back to do a bad turn to, is a luxury that I can't go without in me old days. Dorsey is the right sort. I can't go by his house without bein' in fear he'll spill the chimbly down on me head, and when he passes my place, he walks in the middle of the street and crosses himself. I'll swear off anything but Dorsey. He's a good man, and I despise him. Here's long life to him."
End of Section 20, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 21 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 21 on Gold Seeking.
"Well, sir," said Mr. Hennessy, "that Alaska's the great place. I thought 'twas nothin' but an iceberg with a few seals roostin' on it, and 100 or 200 Ohio politicians that can't be killed on account of the Treaty of Pars. But they tell me 'tis fairly smothered in goold. A man stubs his toe on the ground and lifts the top off of a goold mine. You go to bed at night and wake up with goold fillin' in your teeth." "Yes," said Mr. Dooley. "Clancy's son was in here this morning, and he says a friend of his went to sleep out in the open one night, and when he got up his pants essayed 4 ounces of gold to the pound, and his whiskers panned out as much as $30 net." "If I was a young man and not tied down here," said Mr. Hennessy, "I'd go there. I would so." "I would not," said Mr. Dooley. "When I was a young man in the old country, we heerd the same story about all America. We used to set be the turf fire o' nights, kickin' our bare legs on the flure, and wishin' we was in New York, where all ye had to do was to hold your hat and the gold guineas'd drop into it. And when I got to be a man, I came over here with a ham and a bag of oatmeal, as sure that I'd return in a year with money enough to drive me own car as I was that me name was Martin Dooley. and that was a cinch. But faith, when I'd been here a week, I seen that there was nothing but mud under the pavement. I learned that be means of a pickaxe at 10 shillings a day, and that, though there was plenty of gold, them that had it were froze to it, and I came west still looking for mines. The only mine I struck at Pittsburgh was a hole for a sewer pipe. I made it, 7 shillings the day. Smaller than New York, but the living was cheaper with Monongahela rye at 5 a throw. Put your hand around the glass. I was still dreaming gold, and I went down to St. Louis. The nearest I come to a fortune there was finding a quarter in the street as I leaned over the dashboard of a car to whack off the mule. When I got to Chicago, I looked around for the gold mine. They was Injuns here then, but they wasn't any mines I could see. They was mud to be shovelled, and drays to be drove, and beats to be walked. I choose the dray, for I was niver cut out for a copper, and I had me fill of excavatin', and I drove the dray till I went into business. Me experience with gold minin' is that it's always in the next county. If I was to go to Alaska, they'd tell me of the finds in Siberia. So I think I'll stay here. I'm a silver man anyhow, and I'm content if I can see gold once a year when some prominent citizen smiles over his newspaper. I'm thinking that every man has a gold mine under his own doorstep or in his neighbor's pocket at the farthest.
Well, anyhow, said Mr. Hennessy, I'd like to kick up the sod and find a ton of gold under me foot.
What would you do if you found it? Demanded Mr. Dooley.
I dunno, said
Mr. Hennessy, whose dreaming had not gone this far. Then, recovering himself, he exclaimed with great enthusiasm,
I'd throw up me job and live like a prince.
I tell you what you'd do, said Mr. Dooley.
You'd come back here and strut up and down the street with your thumbs in your armpits, and you'd drink too much and ride in street cars. Then you'd buy foldin' beds and pianos and start a real estate office. You'd be fooled a good deal and lose a lot of your money, and then you'd tighten up. You'd be in a cold fear night and day that you'd lose your fortune. You'd wake up in the middle of the night, dreamin' that you was back at the gas house where your money gone. You'd be president of a charitable society. You'd have to wear your shoes in the house, and your wife'd have you round to receptions and dances. You'd move to Michigan Avenue, and you'd hire a coachman that'd laugh at ye. Your boys'd be Judes and ashamed of ye, and ye'd support your daughters' husbands. Ye'd rack rent your tenants and lie about your taxes. Ye'd go back to Ireland on a visit and put on airs with your cousin Mike. Ye'd be a mane, close-fisted, unscrupulous old curmudgeon, and when ye'd die, it'd take half your fortune for requiems to put ye right. I don't want ye ever to speak to me when ye get rich, Hennessy.
I won't, said Mr. Hennessy. End of section 21. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 22 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 22 on Books.
Every time I pick up me mornin' paper to see how the scrap come out at Battery D, said Mr. Dooley, the first thing I run across is something like this. A hot and handsome gift for Christmas is Lucy Ann Pazzuni's Gems of Inglewood thought. Or if you would delight the heart of your child, you'll give him Dr. Harper's monumental history of the Jewish tribes from Moses to Dreyfus. Or everybody is reading Rudyard Kipling's Busy Poems for Busy People. The idea of giving books for Christmas presents when the stores are full of tin horns and drums and boxing gloves and choo-choo cars. People must be crazy. "They are," said Mr. Hennessy. "My house is so full of books she couldn't turn around with stumbling over them. I found the Life of an Ex-Convict, The Prisoner of Zinders, in me high hat the other day, where Mary Ann was hiding it from her sister. Instead of the childher fightin' and skylarkin' in the evenin', they're settin' around the table with their noses glued into books. The old woman doesn't read, but she picks up what's goin' on. 'Tis, Honoria, did Lord what's his name marry the fair Aminta? Or, but that Lady Jane was a case. And so it goes. There's no enjoyment in the house, and they're usin' me cravats for bookmarks." "'Tis all wrong," said Mr. Dooley. "There're only 3 books in the world worth readin': Shakespeare, the Bible, and Mike Ahearn's History of Chicago. I have Shakespeare on trust. Father Kelly reads the Bible for me, and I didn't buy Mike Ahearn's history because I seen more than he could put into it. Books is the ruin of people, especially novels. When I was a young man, the parish priest used to preach agin them, but nobody knowed what he meant. At the time, William Joyce had the only library in the 6th Ward. The mayor gave him the bound volumes of the council proceedings, and they was a very handsome set. The only books I seen was the kind that has the life of the Pope on the outside and set of dominoes on the inside. They're good readin'. Nothin' could be better for a man when he's tired out after a day's work than to go to his library and take down one of the great works of literature and play a game of dominoes for the drinks out of it. Any other kind of readin', barrin' the newspapers, which will never hurt any uneducated man, is destructive of morals. I had it out with Father Kelly the other day on this very matter. He was comin' up from downtown with an armful of books for prizes at the school. 'Have ye the key to heaven there?' says I. 'No,' says he. 'The childher that get these books don't need no key. They go in under the turnstile,' he says, laughin'. 'Have ye the Lives of the Saints, or the Christian Duty, or the Story of St. Rose of Lima?' I says. 'I have not,' says he. 'I have some good story books. I'd rather have the kids read Charles Dickens than any of the tales of them holy men that was burned in oil or et up be lines,' he says. 'It does no good in these degenerate days to prove that the best can come to a man for behavin' himself is to be cooked in a pot or digested by a line,' he says. 'You're wrong,' says I. 'Beggin' your reverence's pardon, you're wrong,' I says. 'What are ye going to do with them young ones? You're going to make them near-sighted and round-shouldered,' I says. 'You're going to have them believe that, if they behave themselves and lead a virtuous life, they'll marry rich and go to Congress. They'll wake up some day and find out that gettin' money and behavin' yourself don't always go together,' I says. 'Some of the wickedest men in the world have married rich,' I says. 'You're going to teach them that a man doesn't have to use an axe to get along in the world. You're going to teach them that a lad with a curlin' black mustache and smokin' a cigarette is always a villain, when he's more often a barber with a large family. Life, says ye? There's no life in a book. If ye want to show them what life is, tell them to look around them. There's more life on a Saturday night in the Archie Road than in all the books from Shakespeare to the Report of the Drainage Trustees. No man,' I says, 'ever wrote a book if he had anything to write about, except Shakespeare and Mike Ahearn. Shakespeare was all right. I never read any of his pieces, but they sound good, and I know Mike Ahearn is all right.'" "What did he say?" asked Mr. Hennessy. "He took it all right," said Mr. Dooley. "He kind o' grinned, and says he, 'What ye say is thrue, and it's not thrue,' he says. 'Books is for thim that can't enj'y themselves in any other way,' he says. 'If you're in good health, and are atin' 3 squares a day, and not either sad or very much in love with your lot, but just lookin' on and not carin' he said, rush, 'not carin' a rush, you don't need books,' he says. But if you're a down-spirited thing and want to get away and can't, you need books. 'Tis better to be comfortable at home than to go to the circus, and 'tis better to go to the circus than to read any book. But 'tis better to read a book than to want to go to the circus and not be able to,' he says. Well, says I, when I was growin' up, half the congregation heard mass with their prayer books turned upside down, and they were as pious as any. The Apostles' Creed niver was as convincin' to me after I learned to read it as it was when I couldn't read it, but believed it."
End of section 22. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 23 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 23 on Reform Candidates.
"That friend of yours, Dugan, is an intelligent man," said Mr. Dooley. "All he needs is an index and a few illustrations to make him a bicyclopedia of useless information." "Well," said Mr. Hennessy judiciously, "he ain't no Socrates, and he ain't no answers to questions column, but he's a good man that goes to his duty and as handy with a pick as some people are with a cocktail spoon. What's he been doin' again ye?" "Nothin'," said Mr. Dooley. "But he was in here Tuesday." "Did ye vote?" says I. "I did," says he. "Which one of the distinguished bunco steerers got your invaluable suffrage?" says I. "I didn't have none with me," says he, "but I voted for Charter H," he says. "I've been with him in 6 elections," says he, "and he's a good man," he says. "D'ye think you're votin' for the best?" says I. "Why, man alive," I says, "Charter H was assassinated 3 years ago," I says. "Was he?" says Dugan. "Ah, well, he's lived that down by this time. He was a good man," he says. You see, that's what them reform lads wint up again. If I liked reformers, Hennessy, and wanted for to see them win out onct in their lifetime, I'd buy them each a suit of chilled steel, arm them with repeatin' rifles, and take them east of State Street and south of Jackson Boulevard. At present, the opinion that prevails in the ranks of the glorious army of reform is that there ain't anything worth seein' in this large and commodious desert but the pest house and the bridewell. Me friend William J. O'Brien is no reformer, but Willum J. understands that there's a few hundreds of thousands of people livin' in a part of the town that looks like nothing but smoke from the roof of the Onion League Club, that have only 2 pleasures in life, to work and to vote, both of which they do at the uniform rate of $1.50 a day. That's why Willum J. O'Brien is now a senator and will be an alderman after next Thursday, and it's why other people are sending him flowers. This is the way a reform candidate is elected. The boys downtown has heard that things ain't goin' right somehow. Franchises is bein' handed out to none of them, and onct in a while a member of the club, comin' home a little late and thryin' to reconcile a pair of round feet with an embroidered sidewalk, meets a strong arm boy that pushes in his face and takes away all his marbles. It begins to be talked that the time has come for good citizens for to brace up and do somethin', and they agree to nominate a candidate for alderman. "Who'll we put up?" says they. "How's Clarence Doolittle?" says one. "He's laid up with a coupon thumb and can't run." "And how about Arthur Doheny?" "I swore an oath when I came out of college I'd never vote for a man that wore a made tie." "Well, then, let's try Willie Boy." "Good," says the committee. "He's just the man for our money." And Willie Boy, after thinking it over, goes to his tailor and orders 3 dozen pairs of pants, and decides for to be the standard bearer of the people. Musin' over his fried oysters and asparagus and his champagne, he bets a polo pony agin a box of golf balls he'll be elected unanimous. and all the good citizens make a vow for to set the alarm clock for 3:30 on the afternoon of election day, so's to be up in time to vote for the representative of pure government. 'Tis some time before they comprehend that there are other candidates in the field, but the other candidates know it. The strongest of them, his name is Flanagan, and he's a retail dealer in wines and liquors, and he lives over his establishment. Flanagan was nominated enthusiastically at a primary held in his barroom, and before Willie Boy had picked out pants that would match the colour of the Australian ballot, this here Flanagan had put a man on the day watch, told him to speak gently to any registered voter that went to sleep behind the stove, and was out that night visitin' his friends. Who was it judged the cakewalk? Flanagan. Who was it carried the pall? Flanagan. Who was it stood up at the christening? Flanagan. Whose cards did the grieving widow, the blushing bridegroom, or the happy father find in the hack? Flanagan's. Ye bet your life. You see, Flanagan wasn't out for the good of the community. Flanagan was out for Flanagan and the stuff. Well, election day came around, and all the eminent friends of good government had special wires strung into the club and waited for the returns. The first precinct showed 28 votes for Willie Boy to 14 for Flanagan. "That's my precinct," says Willie. "I wonder who voted them 14. "Coachman," says Clarence Doolittle, "there are 35 precincts in this ward," says the leader of the Reform element. "At this rate, I'm sure of 440 majority. Gossoon," he says, "put a keg of sherry wine on the ice," he says. "Well," he says, "at last the community is relieved from misrule," he says. "Tomorrow I will start arranging amendments to the tariff schedule and the arbitration treaty," he says. "We must be up and doin'," he says. "Hold on there," says one of the committee. "There must be some mistake in this from the 6th precinct," he says. "Where's the 6th precinct?" says Clarence. "Over be the dumps," says Willie. "I told me footman to see to that. He lives at the corner of Des Plaines and Blue Island Avenue on Goose's Island," he says. "What does it show?" "Flanagan 385, Hanson 48, Schwartz 20, O'Malley 17, Casey 10, O'Day 8, Larson 5, O'Rourke 3, Mulcahy 2, Schmidt 2, Maloney 2, Riordan 2, O'Malley 2, Willie Boy 1. "Gentlemen," says Willie Boy, arising with a stern look in his eyes, "the rascal has betrayed me. Waiter, take the sherry wine off the ice. They's no hope for sound financial legislation this year. I'm going home." And as he goes down the street, he hears a band play and sees a procession headed by a calcium light, and in a carriage with his plug hat in his hand and his diamond making the calcium look like a piece of punk in a smokehouse is Flanagan, paying his first visit this side of the Thrax. End of section 23. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 24 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 24 on Paternal Duty. "I'm having the time of it with Terrence," said Mr. Hennessy despondently. "What's the lad been doin'?" asked Mr. Dooley. "It ain't so much what he's doin'," Mr. Hennessy explained, "as what he ain't doin'. He ain't stayin' home of nights, and he ain't workin', but he does be out on the corner with the Cromleys and the rest, dancin' jig steps and whistlin' the Rogues' March when a policeman goes by. Sure, I can do nothin' with him, for he's that kind and good at home that he'd melt the heart of a man of stone. But it's grey me life is, thinkin' of what's to become of him when he gets to be a man grown. You're lucky, Martin, that you're childless." "Sure, I couldn't be any other way, and hold me good name," said Mr. Dooley. "And when I look about me sometimes, it's glad I am. There's been times, perhaps, but lave that go. Is there something in the air, or is it in ourselves that makes the children nowadays turn out to curse the lives of them that give them life? It may be in the trainin'. When I was a kid, they were brought up to love, honor, and respect the old folks, that their days might be long in the land. Amen. If they didn't, the best they could do was to say nothin' about it. 'Twas the back of the hand and the sole of the foot to the lad that put his spoon first into the stirabout. Between the whalin's we got at school, histed on the back of the big boy that was bein' trained to be a Christian brother, and the thumpin's we got at home, we was kept sore and straight from one year's end to another. 'Twas no mild doses they give us either. I mind onct when I was near as big as I am now, I handed back some unkind remarks to me poor father that's dead. May he rest in peace. Per dominum. He must have been a small man and bent with work and worry. But did he take me jaw? He did not. He hauled off and give me a right hook where the bad words come from. I put up a pretty fight for me years, but the man doesn't live that can lick his own father. He rolled me across an oat field, and I give up. I didn't love him any too well for that lickin', but I respected him, and if he'd come into this place to night, and he'd be near 100, he was born in the year '98, and pikes was hid in his cradle, if he came in here to night and pulled me ear, I'd fear to go agin him, I would so. 'Tis the other way about now. Did ye iver know a man be the name of Ahern? Ye did not? Well, maybe he was before your time. He was a cobbler be trade, but he picked up money be livin' off of leather findin's and wooden pegs, and bought pieces of the prairie, and starved and bought more, and starved till his heart was shriveled up like a washerwoman's hand. But he made money, and the more he made, the more he wanted, and wantin' nothin' more, it came to him from the divil, who kept the curse for his own time. This man Ahern, when he had acres and acres on Halsted Street, and tenants be the score that prayed at nights for him that he might live long and taste sorrow, he married a girl. Her name was Ryan, a little scared, foolish woman, and she died when a boy was born. Ahern gave her a solemn requiem, high mass, and a monument at Calvary that ye can see from the funeral train. And he came from the funeral with his first smile on his face that any man ever see there, and the baby in his arms. I'll not say Ahern was a changed man. The love of money was knitted into his heart, and after the lad come, the way he ground the people that lived in his house was death and destruction. I must provide for me own, he said, but them that was kind to the kid could break the crust, and all the rough, hard-workin' tenants paid for the favors he give to the old frauds and beguilin' women that petted Daniel O'Connell Ahern. Nothin' was too good for the kid. He had nurses and servants to wait on him. He had clothes that had stuck this bar for a year. When he was old enough, he was sent to St. Ignatius, and the old man'd take him walkin' on a Sunday and pint out the rows and rows of houses, with the childher in front gazin' in awe at the great man, and their fathers glowerin' from the windows, and say, "Thim will all be yours when ye grow up, Daniel O'Connell, a Vic." Well, it didn't take an eye of a witch to see that Daniel O'Connell was a born idjit. There was no rale harm in the poor lad, only he was lazy and foolish and sort of tired like. To make a long story short, Hennessy, his father tried everything for him and got nothin'. He didn't drink much. He cared little for women. He liked to play cards, but not for money. He did nothing that was bad, and yet he was no good at all. Just a slow, tired, easy-goin', shamblin' lad, the sort that'd wrench the heart of a father like Ahern. I dinnaw what he did finally, but one night he come into my place and said he'd been turned out be his father and wanted a place for to sleep. "Ye'll sleep at home," says I. "Your father should take shame to himself, him a rich man." And I put on me coat and went over to Ahern's. I was a power in the ward in them days, and feared no man alive. The old lad met us at the dure. When I started to speak, he blazed up. 'Mr. Dooley,' says he, 'my sorrows are me own. I'll keep thim here. As for ye,' he says, an' turned like a tiger on the boy and struck him with his old leathery hand. The boy stood for a minyit and then walked out, me with him. I never see him since. We left Ahearn standin' there, as we used to say of the fox in the old country, cornered between the river and the wall." "You're lucky to be alone," said Mr. Hennessy as he left. "I think so," said Mr. Dooley. But there was no content upon his face as he watched a lounging oaf of a boy catch up with Mr. Hennessy, exchange a curtly affectionate greeting, and walk over to where Mrs. Hennessy could be seen reading the Key of Heaven beside the parlor stove. End of Section 24. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 25 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 25 on Criminals. "Lord bless my soul," said Mr. Dooley. "Childher is a great responsibility, a great responsibility. When I think of it, I praise the saints I never was married, though I had opportunities enough when I was a young man, and even now I have to wear me hat low when I go down be Cologne Street on account of the widow Grogan. John, that woman'll take me dead or alive. I wake up in a cool chill in the middle of the night, dreamin' of her havin' me in her clutches. But that's not here or there, avic. I was readin' in the papers of a lad be the name of Scanlon bein' sint down the short road for near a lifetime, and I minded the first time I ever see him, a bit of a curly-haired boy that played tag around me place, and 'd sing 'Blessed Saint Joseph' with a smile on his face like an angel's. Who'll tell what makes one man a thief and another man a saint? I dinnaw. This here boy's father worked from morn till night in the mills, was at early mass Sunday mornin' before the alkalies hit the candles, and never knowed a month when he failed his duty. And his mother was a sweet-faced little woman, though from County Kerry, that nursed the sick and waked the dead, and never had a hard thought in her simple mind for any of God's creatures. Poor soul, she's dead now. May she rest in peace. He didn't get the streak from his father or from his mother. His brothers and sisters was as fine a lot as ever lived. But this lad, Petey Scanlon, growed up from being a curly-haired angel for to be the toughest villain in the road. What was it at all? Sometimes I think they's poison in the life of a big city. The flowers don't grow here no more than they would in a tannery, and the birds have no song, and the childher of dacent men and women come up hard in the mouth, and with their hands raised agin their kind. The lad was the scourge of the police. He was as quick as a cat and as fierce as a tiger, and I well remimber him havin' laid out Big Kelly that used to travel this post. Whistlin' Kelly, that kep' us awake with imitations of a mocking bird. I well remember him scuttlin' up the alley with a score of policemen laborin' after him, thryin' for a shot at him as he wint round the barns and under the thrucks. He slep in the coal sheds after that until the poor old man could square it with the loot. But when he came out, you could see how his face had hardened and his ways changed. He was as silent as an animal, with a sideways manner that watched iverything. Right here in this place I seen him stand for a quarter of an hour, not seemin' to hear a drunk man abusin' him, and then lep out like a snake. We had to pry him loose. The old folks done the best they could with him. They hauled him out of station and jail and Bridewell. Onct in a long while they'd drag him off to church with his head down. That was always after he'd been sloughed up for one thing or another. Between times the police give him his own side of the street, and only took him when his back was turned. Then he'd go in the wagon, with a mountain of them on top of him, swayin' and swearin' and strikin' each other in their hurry to put him to sleep with their clubs. I mind well the time he was first took to be settled for good. I heerd a noise in the yard, and then he came through the place with his face dead grey and his lips just a turn greyer. 'Where are ye goin', Petey?' says I. 'I was just takin' a short cut home,' he says. In 3 minutes the road was full of policemen. They'd been a robbery down in Halsted Street. A man that had a grocery store was stuck up, and when he fought was clubbed near to death. And they'd run Scanlon through the alleys to his father's house. That was as far as they'd go. They was enough of them to have kicked down the little cottage with their heavy boots, but they knew he was standin' behind the door with a big gun in his hand. And though they was many a good lad there, they was none that cared for that short odds. They talked and palavered outside and telephoned the chief of police, and more patrol wagons come up. Some was for settin' fire to the buildin', but no one moved ahead. Then the front door opened, and who should come out but the little mother. She was thin and pale, and she had her apron in her hands, plucking at it. 'Gintlemen,' she says, 'what is it ye want of me?' she says. 'Lieutenant Cassidy,' she says, ''tis strange for ye that I've knowed so long to make scandal of me before my neighbours,' she says. 'Mrs. Scanlon,' says he, 'we want the boy. I'm sorry, ma'am, but he's mixed up in a bad scrape, and we must have him,' he says. She made a curtsy to him and went indoors. 'Twas less than a minute before she came out, clingin' to the lad's arm. 'He'll go,' she says. 'Thanks be, though he's wild, there's no crime on his head, is there, dear?' 'No,' says he, like the game kid he is. One of the policemen started to take hold of him, but the lad pushed him back, and he went to the wagon on his mother's arm." "And was he really innocent?" Mr. McKenna asked. "No," said Mr. Dooley, "but she never knowed it. The old man come home and found her. She was settin' in a big chair with her apron in her hands and the picture of the lad in her lap." End of Section 25. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 26 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 26 On a Plot. "Well," said Mr. Dooley, "the European situation is becomin' a little gay." "It is so," said Mr. Hennessy. "If I was controllin' any of the great powers, I'd go down to the Phosphorus and take the Sultan by the back of the neck and give him 1, 2, 3. 'Tis a shame for him to be destroyin' white people without any man layin' hands on him. The man's no friend of mine. He ought to be impeached and thrown out." "Divil take the Sultan," said Mr. Dooley. "It's little I care for him, or the likes of him, or the Armenians, or the Phosphorus. I was runnin' over in me mind about the poor lads they have sloughed up beyant for attemptin' to blow up Queen Victoria and the Tsar of Russia. Glory be, but there's nothin' in the world as aisy to understand as a rivolutionary plot be your own people. You'll see a lad of the right sort that'd never open his head from one end of the year to the other, but when he's picked out to go on a mission to London, he never laves off talkin' till they put him aboard the steamer. Here was Tynan. They say he had a hand in sendin' Lord Cavendish down the toboggan, though I'd not thrust his own tellin' as far as the length of me arm. Now he figured out that the through way to free Ireland was to go over and blow the windows in Windsor Palace, and incidentally to heist the Queen and the Russian Tsar without the aid of the elevator. What this here Tynan had agin the Russian Tsar I never heard, but 'twas something awful, ye may be sure. Well, the first thing the lads done was to go to Madison Square Garden and hold a secret meetin', in which them that was to hand the package to the Queen, and them that was to toss a piece of gas pipe to his Tsars was told off. Then a comity was sent around to the newspaper offices to tell them the expedition was about to start. The conspirators, heavily disguised, was attended to the boat by a long procession. First come Tynan, ridin' on a wagon load of nitroglycerin. Then the other conspirators with gas pipe bombs and picks and shovels for tunnelin' under Windsor Castle. Then the O.H's, then the reporters, then a brigade of Scotland Yard spies in the garb of policemen. And so off they went on their secret mission with the band playin' The Wearin' of the Green, and Tynan standin' on the quarter deck smilin' and bowin' and wavin' a bag of joint powder over his head. No sooner had the conspirators landed than the British government begun to grow suspicious of them. Tynan was shadowed by detectives in citizens' clothes, and when he was seen out in his backyard practicin' blowin' up a barrel that he dressed in a shawl and a little lace cap, the suspicions growed. Everywhere that Tynan went, he was pursued by the minions of tyranny. When he visited the house next door to the Queen's and unloaded a dray full of explosives and shovels, the fact was reported to the police, who became extremely vigilant. The detectives followed him to Scotland Yard, where he went to inform the captain of the conspiracy, and overheard much damning evidence of the plot, until they become more and more suspicious that something was on. Although what was the intentions of the conspirators, it was hard to make out from their peculiar actions. When Tynan gathered his followers in Hyde Park and notified them of the positions they was to take, and distributed the dynamite among them, the detectives became decidedly suspicious. Their suspicions was again aroused when Tynan asked permission of the Common Council to build a bay window up close to the Queen's bedroom. But the time to act had not come, and they contented themselves with thracking him through the streets and taking notes of such suspicious remarks as, "Any one that wants mementos of the Queen has only to be around this neighborhood next week with a shovel and a basket," and, "Unless you want your clothes to be spoiled by the Tsar, you'd best carry umbrellas." On the following day, Tynan took the step that was needed to convince the government that he had designs on the monarchs. He went to France. It's always been observed that when a dynamiter had to blow up anything in London, he leaves the country. The police, now thoroughly aroused, acted with commendable promptness. They arrested Tynan in Boulogne for the murder of Cavendish. "Thus," said Mr. Dooley sadly, "thus is the vengeance for which our beloved country has awaited so long delayed by the hand of unscrupulous tyranny. Strive as our heroes may, no secrecy is secure against the corruption of British gold. O Ireland, is this to be thy fate for ever? Are ye never to escape the vigilance of the police? Them cold-eyed sleuths that seem to read the very thoughts of your patriot sons." "There must have been a spy in the ranks," said Mr. Hennessy. "Sure thing," said Mr. Dooley, winking at Mr. McKenna. "Sure thing, Hennessy. Either that, or the accomplished detectives at Scotland Yard's keep a close watch of the newspapers. Or it may be, who knows, that Tynan was indiscreet. He may have dropped a hint of his intentions." End of section 26. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 27 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 27. On the New Woman. Molly Donahue have up and become a new woman. It's been a good thing for old man Donahue, though, John. He stood everything that mortal man could stand. He seen her appearin' in the road, wearin' clothes that no lady should wear, and ridin' a bicycle. He was humiliated when she demanded to vote. He put his pride under his arm and marched out iv the house when she committed assault and battery on the piano. But he's got to the end of the rope now. He was in here last night, how come ye so, with his hat cocked over his eye and a look of resolution in his face. And when he left me, he says he, "Dooley," he says, "I'll conquer or I'll die," he says. It's been comin' for months, but it only bust old Donahue last week.
He'd come home at night tired out, and after supper he was pullin' off his boots when Molly an' the mother began talkin' about the rights of females. "'Tis the era of the new woman," says Molly. "Ye're right," says the mother. "What d'ye mean be the new woman?" says Donahue, holdin' his boot in his hand. "The new woman," says Molly, "'ll be free fr'm the oppression of man," she says. "She'll work out her own way without help or hindrance," she says. "She'll wear what clothes she wants," she says. "An' she'll be no man's slave," she says. "They'll be no such thing as givin' a girl in marriage to a clown an' makin' her depindent on his whims," she says. "The women'll earn their own livin'," she says, "an' maybe," she says, "the men'll stay at home an' dredgin' the housework," she says. "Aho," says Donahue, "an' that's the new woman, is it?" he says. And he said no more that night. But the next morning Mrs. Donahue and Molly come to his dure. "Get up," says Mrs. Donahue, "an' bring in some coal," she says. "Ye drowsy man, ye'll be late f'r yer work." "Divil the bit iv coal I'll fetch," says Donahue. "Go away an' lave me alone," he says. "You're interruptin' me dreams." "What ails ye, man alive?" says Mrs. Donahue. "Get up." "Go away," says Donahue, "an' lave me slumber," he says. "The idee iv a couple iv big, strong women like you makin' me work f'r ye," he says. "Molly'll bring in the coal," he says. "An' as f'r you, Honoria, you'd best see what there is in the cupboard an' put it in yer dinner pail," he says. "I heerd the first whistle blow a minyit ago," he says, "an' there's a pile iv slag at the mills that has to be wheeled off before the superintendent comes around," he says. "You know you can't afford to lose yer job with me in this dilicate condition," he says. "I'm going to sleep now," he says. "An' Molly, do ye bring me in a cup of cocoa an' a pooched egg at 10?" he says. "I expect me music teacher about that time. We have to take a wallop out of Wagner an' Beethoven before noon." "The Lord save us from harm," says Mrs. Donahue. "The man's clean crazy." "Divil's the bit," says Donahue, waving his red flannel undershirt in the air. "I'm the new man," he says. Well, sir, Donahue said it floored them complete. They didn't know what to say. Molly was game, and she fetched in the coal, but Mrs. Donahue got nervous as 8 o'clock come round. "You're not going to stay in bed all day and lose your job," she says. "The hell with me job," says Donahue. "I'm not the man to take work when they's industrious women with nothin' to do," he says. "Show me the papers," he says. "I want to see where I can get an 80-cent bonnet for 2.5. He's that stubborn he'd have stayed in bed all day, but the good woman weakened. "Come," she says, "don't be foolish," she says. "You wouldn't have the old woman workin' in the mills," she says. "'Twas all a joke," she says. "Oh ho, the old woman," he says. "The old woman! Well, that's a horse of another color," he says. "And I don't mind tellin' ye the mills is closed down to day, Honoria." So he dressed himself and went out, and says he to Molly, he says, "Miss New Woman," says he, "you might find work enough around the house," he says, "and if ye have time, ye might paint the stoop," he says. "The old man is goin' to take the old woman down be Halsted Street and blow himself for a new shawl for her. And he's been that proud of the victory that he's been a regular customer for a week."
End of Section 27. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 28 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 28 on Expert Testimony.
"Anything new?" said Mr. Hennessy, who had been waiting patiently for Mr. Dooley to put down his newspaper. "I've been readin' the testimony of the Lutgert case," said Mr. Dooley. "What do you think of it?" "I think so," said Mr. Dooley. "Think what?" "How do I know?" said Mr. Dooley. "How do I know what I think? I'm no combination of chemist, doctor, osteologist, policeman, and sausage maker that I can give ye an opinion right off the bat. A man needs to be all of them things to determine anything about a murder trial these days. This shows how intelligent our methods is. As Hogan says, a large German man is charged with putting his wife away into a breakfast dish, and he says he didn't do it. The only question then is, did or did not Alphonse Ludgert stick Mrs. L into a vat and reduce her to a quick lunch? Am I right?" "Ye are," said Mr. Hennessy. "That's simple enough. What the court ought to have done was to call him up and say, 'Ludgert, where's your good woman?' If Ludgert couldn't tell, he ought to be hanged on general principles, for a man must keep his wife around the house, and when she isn't there, it shows he's a poor provider. But if Ludgert says, 'I don't know where me wife is,' the court should say, 'Go out and find her. If you can't produce her in a week, I'll fix ye,' and let that be the end of it. But what do? They get Ludgert into court and stand him up before a gang of young reporters and the likes of them to make pictures of him. Then they summon a jury composed of poor, tired, sleepy expressmen and tailors and clerks. Then they call in a professor from a college. 'Professor,' says the lawyer for the state, 'I put it to ye if a wooden vat 360 feet long, 28 feet deep, and 75 feet wide, and if 300 pounds of caustic soda boiled, and if the leg of a guinea pig, and ye said yesterday about bicarbonate of soda, and if it washes up and washes over in the slimy, slippery stuff, and if a false tooth or a lock of hair or a jawbone or a golf ball across the cellar 11 feet 9 inches, that is 2 inches this way and 5 gallons that?' 'I agree with ye entirely,' says the professor. 'I made laboratory experiments in an iron basin with bichloride of ghoul, which I will call soup stock, and coal tar, which I will call iron filings. I mixed the two over a hot fire and left in a cool place to harden. I then packed it in ice, which I will call glue, and rock salt, which I will call fried eggs, and obtained a dark, queer solution that is a cure for freckles, which I will call antimony or doughnuts or anything I blamed please. But,' says the lawyer for the state, 'measuring the vat with gas, and I leave it to you whether this is not the only fair test, and supposing that 2 feet across is equal to 10 feet sideways, and supposing that a thick green and hard substance, and I dare say it would, and supposing you may, taking into account the measurements 12 by 8, the vat being wound with twine 6 inches from the handle, and a rub of the green, then are not human teeth often found in country sausage?' 'In the winter,' says the professor, 'but the sesamoid bone is sometimes seen in the foot, sometimes worn as a watch charm. I took 2 sesamoid bones, which I will call poker dice, and shook them together in a cylinder, which I will call Fido, poured into a can of milk, which I will call gum arabic, took 2 pounds of rough on rats, which I refuse to call, but the result is the same. Question be the court, different? Answer, yes. The court, the same? Be Mr. McEwen. Whose bones? Answer, yes. Be Mr. Vincent. Will ye go to the devil? Answer, it dissolves the hair. Now what I want to know is where the jury gets off. What has that collection of pure-minded patriots to learn from this here polite discussion, where no man is so cruel as to ask what any one else means? Thank the Lord, when the case is all over, the jury'll pitch the testimony out of the window and consider 3 questions. Did Ludgert look as though he killed his wife? Did his wife look as though she ought to be killed? Isn't it time we went to supper? And however they answer, they'll be right, and it'll make little difference one way or the other. The German vote is too large and ignorant anyhow. End of section 28. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. Section 29 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War,
by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 29. On the Popularity of Firemen.
I knowed a man by the name of Clancy once, John. He was from the County Mayo, but a good man for all that. And when he'd growed to be a big, strappin' fellow, he went on to the fire department. They's an Irishman or two on the fire department, and in the army too, John. Though ye'd think be hearin' some talk they was all runnin' primaries and tryin' to be Central Committeemen. So ye would. Ye niver hear of them only when they die. And then murther, what funerals they have. Well, this Clancy went on the fire department, and they gave him a place in Truck 23. All the road was proud of him, and faith, he was proud of himself. He rode free on the street cars, and was the champeen handball player for miles around. You should see him goin' down the street, with his blue shirt and his blue coat, and the buttons on it, and his cap on his ear. But niver a cap or coat did he wear when they was a fire. He might be shiverin' be the stove in the engine house with a buffalo robe over his head, but when the gong struck, 'twas off with coat and cap and buffalo robe, and out came me brave Clancy, bareheaded and barehanded, drivin' with one line and spillin' the hose cart on one wheel at every jump of the horse. Did anyone ever see a fireman with his coat on or a policeman with his off? Why, onct when Clancy was standin' up for Grogan's 8th, his son came runnin' in to tell him they was a fire in Vogel's packing house. He dropped the kid at Father Kelly's feet and whipped off his long coat and went tearin' for the door, kickin' over the poor box and button old Miss O'Neill that'd come in to say the stations. 'Twas lucky 'twas one of the Grogans. They're a fine family for Falls. John Grogan was workin' on the top of Metzry and O'Connell's brewery onct with a man by the name of Dorsey. He slipped and fell 100 feet. When they come to see if he was dead, he got up and says he, 'Lave me at him.' 'At who?' says they. 'He's delirious,' they says. 'At Dorsey,' says Grogan. 'He tripped me.' So it didn't hurt Grogan's 8th to fall 4 or 5 feet. Well, Clancy went to fires and fires. When the big organ factory burnt, he carried the hose up to the 4th story and was squirtin' when the walls fell. They dug him out with pick and shovel, and he come up from the brick and boards and saluted the chief. 'Clancy,' says the chief, 'ye better go over and get a drink.' He did so, John. I heerd it. And Clancy was that proud. When the Hogan Flats on Halsted Street took fire, they got all the people out but one, and she was a woman asleep on the 4th floor. 'Who'll go up?' says Bill Masham. 'Sure, sir,' says Clancy, 'I'll go.' And up he wint. His captain was a man by the name of O'Connell from the County Kerry, and he had his foot on the ladder when Clancy started. Well, the good man went into the smoke with his wife faintin' down below. 'He'll be kilt,' says his brother. 'You don't know him,' says Bill Musham. And sure enough, when every one'd give him up, out comes me brave Clancy as black as a Turk with the girl in his arms. The others went up like monkeys, but he stood wavin' them off, and come down the ladder face forward. 'Where'd ye larn that?' says Bill Musham. 'I seen a man do it at the Lyceum when I was a kid,' says Clancy. 'Was it all right?' 'I'll have ye up before the old man,' says Bill Musham. 'I'll teach ye to come down a ladder as if ye was in a quadrille, ye horse-stealin', hamstringin' Mayo man,' he says. But he didn't. Clancy went over to see his wife. 'Oh, Mike,' she says, ''twas fine,' she says. 'But why d'ye take the risk?' she says. 'D'ye see the captain?' he says with a scowl. 'He wanted to go. D'ye think I'd follow a Kerry man with all the ward lookin' on?' he says. Well, so he went drivin' the horse cart on one wheel and jumpin' when he heard a man so much as hit a glass to make it ring. All the people looked up to him, and the kids followed him down the street. And 'twas the greatest privilege for any one fur to play dominoes with him near the joker. But about a year ago he come in to see me, and says he, 'Well, I'm goin' to quit.' 'Why?' says I. 'You're a young man yet,' I says. 'Faith,' he says, 'look at me hair,' he says. 'Young heart, ol' head. I've been at it these 20 year, and the good woman's wantin' to see more of me than blowin' into a saucer of coffee,' he says. 'I'm goin' to quit,' he says. 'Only I want to see one more good fire,' he says. 'A rale, good old hot one,' he says, 'with the wind blowin' f'r it, an' a good draught in the elevator shaft, and about 2 stories, with picture frames and gasoline and excelsior, and to hear the chief yellin', "Play way 17! What the hell and damnation are ye standin' around with that pipe f'r? Is this a fire or a damn livin' pitcher? I'll break every man of 18, 4, 6, and chemical 5 tomorrow morning before breakfast. Oh,' he says, bringin' his fist down, 'one more, and I'll quit.' An' he did, John, the day the Carpenter Brothers box factory burnt. 'Twas one of them big, fine lookin' buildings that pious men built out of celluloid and plaster of Paris. An' Clancy was one of the men under when the wall fell. I seen them bringin' him home, and the little woman met him at the door, rumplin' her apron in her hands." End of section 29. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 30 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 30 On the Game of Football. "When I was a young man," said Mr. Dooley, "and that was a long time ago, but not so long as many of me enemies 'd like to believe, if I had any enemies, I played football. But 'twas not the football I see when the Brothers' School and the St. Aloysius Tigers played last week on the Peraries. When I was a lad, of a Sunday afternoon we'd get out on the field where the oats had been cut away, and we'd choose up sides. One captain'd pick one man and the other another. I choose Dooley, I choose O'Connor, I choose Dempsey, I choose Riordan, and so on till there was 25 or 30 on a side. Thin one captain'd kick the ball, and all our side'd run at it and kick it back, and thin one of the other side'd kick it to us, and after a while the game'd get so tempestuous that all the lads of both sides'd be in one pile kickin' away at one or the other, or at the ball, or at the umpire, who was mostly a lad that couldn't play and that come out less able to play than he was when he went in. An' if any one laid hands on the ball, he was kicked be every one else and be the umpire. We played from noon till dark, and kicked the ball all the way home in the moonlight. That was football, and I was a great one to play it. I'd think nothin' of histin' the ball 200 feet in the air. And onct I give it such a boost that I stove in the ribs of the Protestant preacher, bad luck to him, he was a kind man, that was lookin' on from a hedge. I was the finest player in the whole country, I was so. But this here game that I've been seeing every time the pagan festival of Thanksgivin' comes around, sure it ain't the game I played. I see the Dorgan lad comin' up the street yesterday in his football clothes, a pair of mattresses on his legs, a pillow behind, a mask over his nose, and a bushel measure of hair on his head. He was followed by 3 men with bottles, Dr. Ryan and the Dorgan family. I jined them. They was a big crowd on the prairie, a bigger crowd than ye could get to go for to see a prize fight. Both sides had their friends that give the college cries. Says one crowd, 'Take an axe, an axe, an axe to thim. Hooroo, hooroo, hellabaloo, Christian brothers.' And the other says, 'Hit him, saw him, gnaw him, chaw him, St. Aloysius.' Well, after a while they got down to work. 7-18-2-4, says a lad. I've seen people go mad over figures during free silver campaign, but I never see figures make a man want fur to go out and kill his fellow man before. But these here figures had the same effect on the lads that a mintion of Lord Castlereagh have on their fathers. One lad hauled off and give a lad across from him a punch in the stomach. His friend across the way caught him in the ear.
The centre rush of the St. Aloysius took a running jump at the left lung of one of the Christian Brothers, and went to the grass with him. 4 Christian Brothers leaped most cruelly at 4 St. Aloysiuses and rolled him. The captain of the St. Aloysiuses, he took the captain of the Christian Brothers by the leg, and he pounded the pile with him, as I've seen a section hand tamp the track. All this time young Dorgan was standing back, taking no hand in the affray. All of a sudden he give a cry of rage and jumped feet foremost into the pile. 'Down,' says the umpire. 'Faith, they are all of that,' says I. 'Will iver they get up?' 'They will,' says old man Dorgan. 'You can't stop them,' says he. It took some time for to pry them off. Near every man of the St. Aloysiuses was tied in a knot around one of the Christian Brothers. Only one of them remained on the field. He was lying face down with his nose in the mud. 'He's kilt,' says I. 'I think he is,' says Dorgan, with a merry smile. ''Twas my boy Jimmy done it too,' says he. 'He'll be arrested for murder,' says I. 'He will not,' says he. 'There's only one policeman in town could take him, and he's downtown doin' the same for somebody,' he says. Well, they carried the corpse to the side and took the ball out of his stomach with a monkey wrench, and the game was resumed. 'Seven, 16, 8, 11, says St. Aloysius, and young Dorgan started to run down the field. They was another young lad runnin' in front of Dorgan, and as fast as one of the Christian Brothers come up and got in the way, this here young St. Aloysius grabbed him by the hair of the head and the sole of the foot, and thrun him over his shoulder. 'What's that lad doin'?' says I. 'Interferin',' says he. 'I should think he was,' says I, 'and most impudent,' I says. ''Tis such interference as this,' I says, 'that breaks up families,' and I come away. ''Tis a noble sport, and I'm glad to see us Irish are gettin' into it. When we learn it truly, we'll teach them college dudes from the Pie Belt a trick or two.' 'We have already,' said Mr. Hennessy. 'There's a team up in Wisconsin with a lad by the name of Jeremiah Reardon for captain, and one named Patsy O'Day behind him. They come down here and bait the lads from the Chicago college town by the Midway.' 'Of course they did,' said Mr. Dooley. 'Of course they did. They could bait any collection of Baptists that ever come out of a tank.'"
End of section 30. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 31 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 31 on the necessity of modesty among the rich.
"I wonder," said Mr. Hennessy, "if them Hadley Markhams that's going to give the ball is any kin of the aldermen." "I doubt it," said Mr. Dooley. "I knowed all his folks. They're Monaghan people. I niver heard of them marryin' to the Hadleys, who come from way beyant near the Joint's Causeway. What made you think of them?" "I was readin' about the Protestant minister that gave them such a turnin' over the other night," said Hennessy. Then the Philistine went on. "It looks to me as though the man was wrong and the Hadley Markhams was right. Faith, the more the poor can get out of the rich, the better for them. I seen it put just right in the paper the other day. If these people didn't let go of their coin here, they'd take it away with them to Paris or West Baden, Indiana, and spend it instead of putting it in circulation amongst the florists and dressmakers and hackmen they'll have to hire. I believe in encouraging the rich to walk away from their change. 'Tis great for business."
Mr. Dooley mused over this proposition some time before he said,
"Years ago, when I was a little bit of a kid, hardly high enough to look into the pot of stirabout on the peat fire, there was a rich landlord in our part of Ireland, and he owned near half the countryside. His name was Dorsey, Willum Edmund Fitzgerald Dorsey, Justice of the Peace, Member of Parliament. I'll never tell ye how much land that man had in his own right. Ye could walk for a day without lavin' it. Bog and oat field, and pasture and game preserves. He was smothered with money, and he lived in a house as big as the Auditorium Hotel. Many's the time I've seen him ride by our place, and me father'd raise his head from the kish of turf and touch his hat to the great man. And onct or twixt in the morning the dogs'd come yelping across our little place, with lads follerin' after in red coats, for this Dorsey was a great huntsman, bad scran to his evil face. He had the reputation of being a good landlord so long as the crops come regular. He was violent, it's true, and 'd lave as not cut a farmer across the face with his whip for crossin' the trail of the fox. But he was liberal with his money, and, Hinnissy, that's a trait that covers a multitude of sins. He give freely to the church, and was as gin'rous to the priest as to the parson. He had the gintry for miles around to his big house for balls and dinners and huntin' meetings, and half the little shopkeepers in the neighbourin' town lived on the money he spent for things he didn't bring from Dublin or London. I mind onct a great roar went up when he stayed the whole season in England with his family. It near broke the townsfolk, and they were wild with delight when he come back and opened up the big house. But one year there come a flood of rain, and the next year another flood, and the third year there wasn't a lumper turned up that wasn't blue black to the heart. We was better off than most, and we suffered our share, God knows. But thim that was scrapin' the sod for a bare livin' from day to day perished like cattle in the field. Then come the writs and the evictions. The bailiffs drove out in squads, seizin' cattle and turnin' people into the road. Nothin' would soften the heart of Dorsey. I seen the priest and the 'Piscopal minister drivin' over to plead with him one night, and the good man stopped at our house comin' back, and spent the night with us. I heerd him tell me father what Dorsey said. 'Haven't I been liberal with me people?' he says. 'Haven't I give freely to your churches? Haven't I put up soup houses and distributed blankets when the weather was cold? Haven't I kept the shopkeepers of the town beyont from starving, be tradin' with them and stayin' in this cursed country, when if I'd done what me wife wanted, I'd been runnin' around Europe enjoyin' life? I'm a resident landlord. I ain't like Kilduff that laves his estate in the hands of an agent. I'm proud of me station. I was born here, and here I'll die, but I'll have me rights. These here people owes their rent, and I'll get the rent or their farms if I have to call on ivry reg'ment from Bombay to Cape Clear, and turn ivry oat field into a pasture for me cattle. I stand on the law. I'm a just man, and I ask no more than what belongs to me. Every night there was a party on the hill, and the people come from miles around, and the tinants trudgin' over the muddy roads with the peelers behind them could see the light pourin' out from the big house and hear Divine's band playin' to the dancers. The shopkeepers lived in clover and thanked the Lord for a good landlord and one that lived at home. But one evening a black man by the name of Shaughnessy, that had tramped across the hills from Galway just in time to rent for the potato rot, went and hid himself in a hedge along the road with a shotgun loaded with hardware under his coat. Dorsey'd heerd talk of the people bein' aggrieved at him givin' big parties while his bailiffs were hustling men and women off their hold-ins, but he was a high-handed man and foolish in his pride, and he'd have it no other way but that he'd go about without protection. This night he rode alongside the carriage of some of his friends goin' to the other side of town, and came back alone in the moonlight. The Irish are poor marksmen, Hinnissy, except when they fire in platoons. But that big man loomin' up in the moonlight on a black horse could no more be missed than the Rock of Cashel. He niver knowed what hit him. And Peter the Packer came down the followin' month, and a jury of shopkeepers hanged Shaughnessy so fast that it made even the judge smile. "Well," said Mr. Hennessy, "I suppose he deserved it, but if I'd been on the jury, I'd have starved to death before I'd give the verdict." "Thrue," said Mr. Dooley, "and Dorsey was a fool. He might have evicted 20,000 tenants and lived to joke about it over his bottle. 'Twas the music of the band and the dancin' on the hill and the lights the Galway men seen when he went up the muddy road with his babby in his arms
that done the business for Dorsey.
End of section 31. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 32 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 32 on the Power of Love.
"'Twas this way," said Mr. Hennessy, sparring at Mr. Dooley. "Fitz led his right light on head, then he stuck his thumb in Corbett's heart, and that was the end of the fight and of Pompadour Jim. I told ye how it would come out. The punch over the heart done the business." "Not at all," said Mr. Dooley. "Not at all. 'Twas Mrs. Fitzsimmons done the business. Did ye see the picture of that lady? Did ye? Well, 'twould have gone hard with the lad if he'd lost the fight in the ring. I'll bet $5 that the first lady of the land licks the champeen without the aid of a stove lid. I know it. As me good friend John Sullivan says, 'tis a great comfort to have little reminders of home near by when you're fightin'. John had none, poor lad, and that accounts for the way he went down at last. The home influence is felt in every walk of life. When Corbett was poundin' the first gintleman of the land like a man shinglin' a roof, the first lady of the land stood in the corner, cheerin' on the bruised and bleedin' hero. 'Darlin',' she says, 'think of yer home, me love. Think,' she says, 'of our little child learnin' his catechism in Rahway, New Jersey,' she says. 'Think of the love I bear ye,' she says, 'and paste him,' she says, 'in the slats. Don't hit him on the jaw,' she says. 'He's well trained there. But tuck your lovin' hooks into his diseased and achin' ribs,' she says. 'Ah, love,' she says, 'recall thim happy golden days of our courtship when we walked the country lane in the light of the moon,' she says, 'and hurl your mollies into his hoops,' she says. 'Hit him on the slats.' And Fitz looked over his shoulder and seen her face, and strange feelings of tenderness came over him, and thinks he to himself, 'What is so good as the love of a pure woman? If I don't nail this large man, she'll probably kick in me head.' And with this sacred sentiment in his heart, he went over and jolted Corbett one over the lads, and that retired him to the home for decayed actors. 'Twas the woman's love that done it, Hinnissy. I'll make a bet with ye that if the first lady of the land had been in the ring instead of the first gentleman, Corbett wouldn't have lasted one round. I'd like to have such a wife as that. I'd do the cookin' and lave the fightin' to her. There ought to be more like her. The trouble with the race we're bringin' up is that the fair sect, as Shakespeare calls them, lacks interest in their duty to their husbands. It's the business of men to fight, and the business of their wives for to make them fight. Ye may talk of the immorality of nailin' a man on the jaw, but 'tis this way only that the world increases in happiness and the race in strength. Did ye see any one the other day that wasn't askin' to know how the fight come out? They might say that they regarded the exhibition as brutal and disgustin', but divil a one of thim but was waitin' around the corner for the returns, and prayin' for one or the other of the big lads. Father Kelly mentioned the scrap in his sermon last Sunday. He said it was a disgraceful and corruptin' affair, and he was ashamed to see the young men of the parish taking such an interest in it in Lent. But late Wednesday afternoon he came bustlin' down the street. 'Nice day,' he says. It was pourin' rain. 'Fine,' says I. 'They was no parade to day,' he says. 'No,' says I. 'Too bad,' says he, and he started to go. Then he turned and says he, 'By the way, how did that there foul and outrageous affray in Carson City come out?' 'Fitz,' says I, 'in the 14th. "'You don't say,' he says, dancin' around. 'Good,' he says. 'I told Father Doyle this morning at breakfast that if the red-headed man iver got one punch at the other lad, I'd bet a new cassock.' 'Oh, dear,' he says, 'what am I sayin'?' 'Ye're sayin',' says I, 'what 9/10 of the people, laymen an' clargy, are sayin',' I says. 'Well,' he says, 'I guess ye're right,' he says. 'Afther all,' he says, 'an' undher all, we're mere brutes, an' it only takes two lads more brutal than the rest f'r to expose the streak in the best iv us. Force rules the wurruld, an' the churches is empty whin the blood begins to flow,' he says. 'It's too bad, he says. 'Tell me, was Corbett much hurted?' he says."
End of Section 32. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 33 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 33 on the Victorian Era.
"Are ye going to celebrate the Queen's Jubilee?" asked Mr. Dooley. "What's that?" demanded Mr. Hennessy, with a violent start. "To day," said Mr. Dooley, "Her Gracious Majesty Victoria, Queen iv Great Britain, and that part of Ireland north of Sligo, has reigned for 60 long and tiresome years." "I don't care if she has snooed for 60 years," said Mr. Hennessy. "I'll not celebrate it. She may be a good woman for all I know, but damn her politics." "You needn't be profane about it," said Mr. Dooley. "I only asked ye a civil question. For myself, I have no feelin' on the subject. I am not with the Queen, and I am not again her. At the same time, I cordially agree with me friend Captain Finnerty, who's put his newspaper in mournin' for the event. I won't march in the parade, and I won't put any dynamite under them that does. I don't say the marchers and dynamiters are not both right. 'Tis purely a question of taste, and, as the executive says when both candidates are members of the camp, patriots will use their own discretion. The good woman niver done me no harm, and beyond throwin' a rock or two into an orangees procession and subscribin' to $10 worth of Fenian bonds, I've threated her like a lady. Any grudge I ever had agin her I buried long ago. We're both well on in years, and 'tis no use carryin' hard feelings to the grave. About the time the Lord Chamberlain went over to tell her she was queen, and she came out in her nightie to hear the good news, I was announced into this world of sin and sorrow. So ye see, we've reigned about the same length of time, and I ought to be celebratin' me diamond jubilee. I would, too, if I had any diamonds. Do ye run down to Alderman's O'Brien and borrow 20 or 30 for me. What happenin's have me and Queen Victoria seen in these 60 years? Durin' our beneficent presence on the earth, the nations have grown rich and prosperous. Great Britain has extended her domain until the sun niver sets on it. No more do the original owners of this isle, they bein' kept movin' be the police. While she was lookin' on in England, I was lookin' on in this country. I have seen America spread out from the Atlantic to the Pacific, with a branch office of the Standard Oil Company in every hamlet. I've seen the shackles dropped from the slave so's he could be lynched in Ohio. I've seen this great city destroyed be fire from the Coven Street to the Lake View pumpin' station, and then rise Felix like from its ashes, all but the west side, which was not burned. I've seen Jim Mace beat Mike McCool, and Tom Allen beat Jim Mace, and somebody beat Tom Allen, and John Sullivan beat him, and Corbett beat Sullivan, and Fitz beat Corbett, and if I live to celebrate me goold watch and chain jubilee, I may see someone put it all over Fitz. Oh, what things I've seen in me day in Victoria's. Think of that grand procession of Lithry men, Tennyson and Longfellow and Bill Nye and Ella Wheeler Wilcox and Jim Scanlon and I can't name them all, they're too many. And the brave generals, Von Moltke and Bismarck and U.S. Grant and gallant Phil Sheridan and Coxey. Think of them durin' me reign. and the inventions, the steam engine, and the printing press, and the cotton gin, and the gin sour, and the bicycle, and the flying machine, and the nickel in the slot machine, and the croaker machine, and the sody fountain, and crowning work of our civilization, the cash register. What great advances has science made in my time and Victoria's! For when we entered public life, it took 3 men to watch the barkeep, while today ye can tell within $8 an hour what he's took in. Glory be, when I look back from this day of general rejoicing in me rhinestone jubilee, and see what changes has taken place, and how many people have died, and how much better off the world is, I'm proud of myself. War and pestilence and famine have occurred in me time, but I count them light compared to the benefits that have fallen to the race since I came on the earth." "What are ye talking about?" cried Mr. Hennessy in deep disgust. "All this time ye've been standin' behind this bar ladlin' out disturbance to the 6th Ward, and ye haven't been as far east as Michigan Avenue in 20 years. What have ye had to do with all these things?" "Well," said Mr. Dooley, "I had as much to do with them as the Queen." End of Section 33. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 34 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 34 on the Currency Question. "There's some tough knots in this here currency question," said Mr. McKenna. "A lot of things I don't quite catch." "Cough them up," said Mr. Dooley. "I'm a regular catechism of coinage. Who made ye? God made me. Why did he make ye? For to know him, love him, and sarve him all me days. That's the way of the catechism I learned when I was a lad behind the hedge. But now 'tis, who made ye? Ladenburg, Thalmann and Company made me. Why did they make ye? For to know them, love them, and sarve them all me days. Oh ho!" "That's all right," said Mr. Thomas Larkin, the Kerry horseshoer, who was leaning over the cigar case, reading what Mr. Lincoln, Mr. Blaine, Mr. Edward Atkinson, and Mr. Andrew D. White had to say in a small pamphlet. "That's all right, Martin, but you're talking like a populist and an anarchist and a big bullyhead generally. You bring up 2 or 3 Jew men and think for to scare us with them. But look here. Supposin' a man comes into my place and lays down on the anvil a silver $1, and I give it a wallop with me hammer." "Then," said Mr. Dooley, "you're knockin' the government." "How am I?" said Mr. Larkin. "Niver mind now. I take this here silver $1 and I fetch it one with me hammer. What happens?" "The man that give ye the $1 hands ye one in the nose," said Mr. Dooley. "Not at all, not at all," said Mr. Larkin. "I take this here mutilated and disfigured and bum $1 down to the Treasury, and I hand it in, and Carlyle says, 'What kind of an old piece of mud is this ye're flingin' at me?' he says. 'Take it away, it's nothin' to me.'" "True for you, Larkin," said Mr. McKinney. "You're on the right track. Carlyle couldn't take it after you'd smashed it." "But," said Mr. Dooley, "look here, if ye had the free and unlimited coinage of silver at a ratio of 16 to 1, ye could take this here mass of silver down to Carlyle and say, 'Here, John, give me $1,' and he'd give it to ye." "$1 of what?" said Mr. McKinney. "$1 of what?" repeated Mr. Dooley. "$1 of what? Man alive, don't ye know what $1 is?" Carlyle handed him out a plunk, a case, a buck. He'd say, "Here, Larkin, you're a damn fool to be mouth-readin' the currency of your adopted country, but I have to give ye $1 because you're a good fellow and a friend of Dooley's." "He wouldn't say anything of the kind," said Mr. McKenna. "He'd give Larkin 50 cents. "I'd push his face if he did," said Mr. Larkin warmly. "I'm as good a man as he is any day. I'll have no man rob me." "But he wouldn't rob you," said Mr. McKenna.
Think of the purchasing power. You've got to always figure that out. $1 you'd get then would be worth only half as much as it's worth now. It'd be $1 like they run through the ringer down in Mexico."
"How can $1 be worth only half as much as another dollar if they're both dollars and the man that made them is at large?" answered Mr. Dooley. "Here's $1 and here's $1. One akels the other. Now you take this here dollar and come into my place. Give me a brandy and sody, you say. Then what do I say?"
"You say you're just out of brandy and soda."
So I do. Then you ask for a little liquor, with beer for a chaser. And I give it to ye. Ye lay down one of these here quartz dollars. I return 85 cents. Larkin comes in later, orders the same thing, and I give him the same treatment. I play no favorites. Entertainment for man and beast."
"But if we had a free silver, you'd charge 30 cents for the drink," said Mr. McKenna.
"I would not," said Mr. Dooley hotly. "I never overcharged a man in my life, except during a campaign."
"No one accuses you of overcharging," explained Mr. McKenna. "Everybody would charge the same. It'd be the regular price."
"If it was," said Mr. Dooley, "they'd be a revolution. But I don't believe it, John. Let me tell ye one thing. Whiskey is the standard of value. It niver fluctuates, and that's funny, too, seein' that so much of it goes down. It was the same price, 15 cents a slug, 2 for a quarter, during the war, and it was the same price after the war. The day before the crime of '73, it was worth 15 cents. It was worth the same the day after. Gold and silver fluctuates, up one day, down another, but whiskey stands firm and strong, unchangeable as the skies, immovable as a rock at 15 or 2 for a quarter. If they want something solid as a standard of value, something that niver is reduced in price, something you can exchange for food and other luxuries anywhere in the civilized world where man has a thirst, they'd move the mint over to the Internal Revenue Office and lave it stay there."
Both Mr. Larkin and Mr. McKenna were diverted by this fancy.
"There's some good arguments on both sides of the question," said the Kerry man. "I heard a man by the name of Doyle, a helper, compare money to human lungs." "The lung argument is all right," said Mr. Dooley. "The whole currency question is a matter of lungs."
End of Section 34. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 35 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 35 on Political Parades. Mr. Hennessy, wearing a silver-painted stovepipe hat and a silver cape, and carrying a torch, came in looking much the worse for wear. The hat was dented, the cape was torn, and there were marks on Mr. Hennessy's face.
"Where you been?" asked Mr. Dooley. "Marchin'," said Mr. Hennessy. "Be the looks of ye might have been in the line of march for the parade. Who's been doin' things to ye?" "I had a currency debate with a man by the name of Joyce, a townie of mine, in the Auditorium Hotel," said Mr. Hennessy. "When we got as far as the price of wheat in the year of the big wind, we pushed each other. Give me a high glass of beer. I'm as dry as a gravel roof." "Well," said Mr. Dooley, handing over the glass, "you're an old man, and as the good book says, an old fool is the worst yet. So I'll not try to convince ye of the error of your ways. But why any citizen that has things in his head should dress himself up like a sandwich man, put a torch on his shoulder, and toddle over this blessed town with his poor round feet is more than I can come at with all me intelligence. I agree with ye perfectly, Hennessy, that this here is a crisis in our history. On one hand is arrayed the Shylocks and the Patriots, and on the other side the Patriots and the Anarchists. The Constitution must be upheld, the government must be maintained, the downtrodden farmer and workin' man must get their rights. But do ye think, man alive, that you're going to do this be pouring lard ile from your torch down your spine and trippin' over streetcar tracks like a dray horse tryin' to play circus? Is the Constitution any safer tonight because ye have to have your leg amputated to get your boot off, or because Joyce has made your face look like the back door step of a German restaurant? Johnny Mac took me down in the afternoon for to see the monstrous parade of the Gould men. It was a glorious spectacle. The streets were crowded with gold bugs and women and policemen and ambulances. The procession was miles and miles long. Labour and capital marched side by side, or anyhow Labour was in its usual place after the capitalists. It was a noble sight for to see the employer of workin' men marching ahead of his band of sturdy toilers, that to rest themselves after the laborious occupations of the week was reelin' under banners that drilled a hole in their stomachs or carryin' 2x4 joists to show their allegiance to the national honour. A man that has to shovel coke into a dray or shovel lumber out of the hole of a barge or elevate his profession be carryin' a hod of mort to the top of a ladder doesn't march with the grace of an antelope. Be a blamed sight. To march well, a man's feet have to be mates, and if he has two left feet both runnin' sideways, he ought to have interference boots to keep him from settin' fire to his knees. When a man walks as if he expected to lave a leg stuck in the street behind him, he has the gait proper for 6:30 o'clock the evening before pay day. But this is not the prance of an American citizen making a glorious spectacle of himself. They were coerced, said Mr. Hennessy gloomily. Don't you believe it, replied the philosopher. It never requires coercion to get a man to make a monkey of himself in a presidential campaign. He does it as aisily as ye drink your liquor, and that's too aisy. Don't ye believe them lads with lumber yards on their necks and barrels on their feet was coerced. There wasn't one of them that wouldn't give his week's wages for a chance to show how many times he could trip over a manhole in a mile. No more coerced than ye are when ye run downtown and make an ape of yerself. I see ye marchin' away from Finnegan's with the William J. O'Briens. The man next to ye had a banner declarin' that he was no slave. 'Twas the lad Johnson. He was right. He is no slave, and he won't be one as long as people have washin' to give to his wife. The man I see ye takin' a drink with had a banner that said if the mines was opened, the mills would be opened too. He meant be that if money was plenty enough for him to get some without workin', he'd open a gin mill. And ye marched after William J. O'Brien, didn't ye? Well, he's a good lad. If I didn't think so, I wouldn't say it until I got me strength back or could buy a gun. But did Willum J. O'Brien march? Not Willie. He was on horseback, and Hennessy of dollars was made out of Babbitt metal, and horses was worth 67 cents a drove. You couldn't buy a crupper. Well, said Mr. Hennessy, anyhow, I proved me hatred of capital. So ye did, said Mr. Dooley. So ye did. And capital this afternoon showed its hatred of ye. Ye ought to match blisters to see which hates the worst. Capital is at home now with his gams in a tub of hot wather, and when he comes down tomorrow to oppress Labour and square his protested notes, he'll have to go on all fours. As for you, Hennessy, if 'twill aise ye any, ye can hang for a few minutes from the gas fixtures. Did the Gold Democrats have a parade? No, said Mr. Hennessy, but they reviewed the day procession from the Palmer House. Both of them was on the stand. End of section 35. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 36 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 36. On Charity. Brrr, cried Mr. McKenna, entering stiffly and spreading his hands over the pot-bellied stove. It's cold. Where? Said Mr. Dooley. Not here. It's cold outside, said Mr. McKenna.
It was 10 below at Shanahan's grocery when I went by, and the wind blowing like all possessed. Lord love us, but I pity them that's got to be out to night." "Save your pity," said Mr. Dooley comfortably. "There's frost on the window, 'tis thrue for ye, and the wheels has been singin' the livelong day. But what's that to us? Here I am, and there ye are, the stove between us, and the kettle hummin'. In a minyit it'll bile, and then I'll give ye a taste of what'll make a king of ye. Well, to be sure, 'tis thryin' to be drivin' a coal wagon or a street car, but 'tis all in a lifetime. The difference between me and the man that sets up in the seat thumpin' his chest with his hands is no more than the difference between him and the poor divil that walks along behind the wagon with his shovel on his shoulder, an'll thank the saints for the first chance to put 10 ton of hard coal into a cellar for $0.25. The lad afoot envies the driver, and the driver envies me, and I might envy big Cleveland if it wasn't for the heavenly smell of this here noggin. And who does Cleveland envy? Sure, it'll be sacrilege for me to say. Me old father, who was as full of sayin's as an almanac, used to sink his spoon into the stirabout and say, 'Well, lads, this ain't bacon and greens and porter, but it'll be anything ye like if ye'll only think of the Cassidys.' The Cassidys was the poorest family in the parish. They waked the oldest son in small beer, and was little thought of. Did me father iver ask him to share the stirabout? Not him, and he was the kindest man in the world. He had a heart in him as big as a lump of turf. But he'd say, 'When ye grow up, take no one's sorrows to yourself,' he says. 'Tis the wise man that goes through life thinkin' of himself, fills his own stomach, and takes away what he can't ate in his pocket.' And he was right, John. We have troubles enough of our own. The world goes on just the same, and ye can find 50 men to say the litany for ye to one that'll give ye what'll relieve a fasting spit. The dead are always popular. I knowed a society once to vote a monument to a man and refuse to help his family all in one night. 'Tis cold outside the door, ye say, but 'tis warm in here, and I am gettin' in me old age to think that the difference between hivin and hell is no broader." Mr. Dooley's remarks were cut short by a cry from the back room. It was unmistakably a baby's cry. Mr. McKenna turned suddenly in amazement as Mr. Dooley bolted. "Well, in the name of the saints, what's all this?" he cried, following his friend into the back room. He found the philosopher with an expression of the utmost sternness sitting on the side of his bed, with a little girl of 2 or 3 in his arms. The philosopher was singing, "Rock-a-bye, baby, on the tree top. When the wind blows, the cradle'll rock. And when the bough breaks, the cradle'll fall. And down'll come baby, cradle and all." Then he sang, "In the town of Kilkenny there dwelt a fair maid. In the town of Kilkenny there dwelt a fair maid. She had cheeks like the roses, and hair of the same, and a mouth like ripe strawberries buried in cream." He rocked the child to and fro, and its crying ceased while he sang, "Chip-a, chip-a, little horse, chip-a, chip again, sir. How many times to Dublin? 70, sir." The little girl went to sleep on Mr. Dooley's white apron. He lifted her tenderly and carried her over to his bed. Then he tiptoed out with an apprehensive face and whispered, "It's John Donahue's kid that wandered away from home and went to sleep on me doorstep. I sent the Dorsey boy to tell the mother, but he's a long time gone. Do ye run over, John, and lave them now." End of Section 36. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 37 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 37 on Nansen. "I see," said Mr. Dooley, "that Doc Nansen has come back." "Yes," said Mr. McKenna. "It's a wonder he wouldn't stay till winter. If I was setting on an iceberg in latitude umpty-ump north of Evanston these days, they couldn't pry me off it with a crowbar, not they."
"He had to come back," explained Mr. Hennessy. "He got as far as he could, and then he was forced by the inclemency of the weather to return to his home in Fitz-Hugh, Norway."
"To where?" Mr. Dooley asked contemptuously.
"To Fitz-Hugh, Norway," said Mr. Hennessy, with some misgivings.
"You don't know what you're talking about," retorted the philosopher. "You ought to go back to school and study geography. The place he came back to was Oostoc, Norway, between Copenhagen and Rogers Park."
"Maybe you're right," said Mr. Hennessy. "Anyhow, he come back, chased by a polar bear. It must have been a thrilling experience, lippin' from iceberg to iceberg, with a polar bear grabbin' at the seat of his pants, and now and then a walrus swoopin' down from a tree and munchin' his hat."
"What talk have ye?" Mr. Dooley demanded.
"A walrus don't fly, foolish man." "What does he do then?" asked Mr. Hennessy. "Go round on crutches?" "A walrus," said Mr. Dooley, "is an animal something like a horse, but more like a balloon. It doesn't walk, swim, or fly. It rolls when pursuing its prey. It whirls round and round at a speed equal to a railroad engine, melting the ice in a groove behind it. Tame walruses are used by the Eskimos, the old settlers of them parts, as lawn mowers and to press their clothes. The wild walrus is a most vicious animal, which feeds on snowballs through the day, and then goes out of nights after Arctic explorers, which forms its principal diet. They's a great demand among walruses for Arctic explorers, Swedes preferred. And on account of the scarcity of this food, it isn't more than once in 20 years that the walrus gets a square meal. Then he devours his victim, clothes, collar buttons, and all." "Well, well," said Mr. Hennessy. "I had no idea they was that ferocious. I thought they were like birds. Don't they lay eggs?" "Don't they lay eggs?" Mr. Dooley replied. "Don't they lay eggs? Did ye iver hear of the like of that, John? Why, ye gaby, ye might as well ask me, does a piano lay eggs? Of course not."
"I'd like to know what the object of these here Arctic explorations is," interposed Mr. McKenna, in the interests of peace.
"The principal object is to get rid of an oversupply of foolish people," said Mr. Dooley. "In this country, when a man begins for to see strange things, and hitch up cockroaches, and think he's Vanderbilt drivin' a four in hand, we send him to what me and old friend Sleepy Bert calls the Brain College. But in Norway and Sweden they send him to the North Pole and feed him to the polar bears and the walruses. A man that scorches on a bicycle or wears a pink shirt or is caught tryin' to fry out a stick of dynamite in a kitchen stove is given a boat and sent off to play with flora and fauna in the frozen North." "That's what I'd like to know," said Mr. Hennessy. "Who are these flora and fauna? I see by the paper that Doc Nansen stopped at Nutchinchut Islands and saw flora and fauna, and then, comin' back on the ice, he encountered them again." "I suppose," said Mr. Dooley, "ye think flora and fauna is two little Eskimy girls that skip rope, and London bridges fallin' down on the icebergs and glaciers. It's a pretty idea ye have of the life in them parts. Little flora and fauna playin' stoop tag around a whale, or rushin' the can for their poor tired father just home from the rollin' mills, where he's been makin' snowballs for the export trade, or engagin' in some other sport of childhood. Go on with ye." "But who are they, anyhow?" "I make it a rule in me life not to discuss any woman's character," replied Mr. Dooley sternly. "If Doc Nansen was off there skylarkin' with flora and fauna, it's his own business, and I make no inquiries. A lady's a lady, be she iver so humble. And as Shakespeare says, 'Cursed be the man that raise an axe to her,' save in the way of a joke. We'll talk no scandal in this house, Hennessy." But after his friend had gone, Mr. Dooley leaned over confidentially and whispered to Mr. McKenna, "But who are flora and fauna, John?"
"I don't know," said Mr. McKenna.
"It sounds mighty suspicious, anyhow," said the philosopher. I hope the Doc'll be able to square it with his wife.
End of section 37. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 38 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 38 on a Populist Convention.
Keep your eye on the Pops, John. They're great people and a great party. What is their principles? Any old thing that the other parties has rejected. Some of them is in favor of coining money out of baled hay and dried apples at a ratio of 16 to 1, and some is in favor of coining only the apples. Them are the inflationists. Others want the government to divide up the revenues equally among all lads that's too strong to work. The Pops is agin the banks, and agin the Supreme Court, and agin havin' gas that can be blowed out be the human lungs. A strong section is devoted to the principle of separatin' Mark Hanna from his money. A man be the name of Cassidy that travels for a liquor house was in to see me this mornin', and he come from St. Louis. He said it beat all he ever see or heerd tell of. When the convention come to order, the chairman says, "Lads, we'll open proceedings be havin' the Honorable Rube Spike from the Imperial Territory of Oklahoma cough up his famous song, 'Papa Cleveland's teeth are filled with gold.'" "Mr. Chairman," says a delegate from New Mexico, risin' and wavin' his boots in the air, "if the skate from Oklahoma is allowed fer to belch any in this here assemblage, the delegates from the Imperial Territory of New Mexico'll lave the hall." "We have," he says, "in our midst the most honorable Lafayette Hadley, whose notes," he says, "falls as sweetly on the ear," he says, "as the plunk of heaven's rain on a barrel," he says. "If any one has a hemorrhage of anthems in this hall, it'll be Leif Hadley, the Guthrie Batsoon," he says. "Ye shall not," he says, "press down upon our bleedin' brows," he says, "this cross of thorns," he says. "Ye shall not crucify the delegates from the Imperial Territory of New Mexico on this cross of a Mississippi nigger and a Crow Injun from Oklahoma." Thereupon, says me friend Cassidy, the New Mexico delegation left the hall, pursued by the delegation from Oklahoma. The chairman knowed his business. "In order," he says, "that there may be no disorder," he says, "I will call upon the Imperial States," he says, "and territories," he says, "beginning with the Imperial State of Alabama," he says, "to each send one singer to the platform," he says, "fer to wring our hearts with melodies," he says. "Meantime," says he, "patriots who have differences of opinion on any questions can procure yourselves to be applying to the sergeant at arms," he says. "Now," he says, "if the gintleman from the Imperial State of Missouri'll hand me up a cheekful of his eatin' tobacco," he says, "we'll listen to William G. Rannicaboo, the boy melodeon of the Imperial State of Alabama," he says, "who'll discourse his well-known ballad, 'The Supreme Court is full of Standard Ile,'" he says. When the singin' had concluded, so me friend Cassidy says, the chair announced that speakin' would be in order, and the convention rose as one man. After order had been enforced by the sergeant at arms movin' round and lemon delegates with a hoe, a tall man was seen standin' on a chair. For some moments the chairman was unable to call his name, but he finally found a place to spill, and in a clear voice he says, "For what purpose does the gentleman from the Imperial State of Texas arise?" "I arise," says the man, "for the purpose of warnin' this convention that we have a goold bug in our midst," he says. Cries of "Throw him out," "Search him," "Hang him," arose. "In wanderin' through the hall, I just seen a man with a coat on," he says. Great excitement ensued, says me friend Cassidy, and the tremblin' victim was brought down the aisle. "What have ye to say for yourself?" demands the chairman in thunderin' tones. "Only this," says the gold bug. "I wandered in here looking for friends," he says. "I am not a gold bug," he says. "I wear me coat," he says, "because I have no shirt," he says. "Gentlemen," says the chairman, "a mistake has been made," he says. "This here person, who bears the appearance of a plutocrat, is all right underneath," he says. "He's a delegate to the Silver Convention," he says. "Go in peace," he says. By this time 'twas growin' late, an' the convention adjourned. "Before ye lave," says the chairman, "I have to announce that on account of the chairman of the committee having been imprisoned in a foldin' bed, and the secretary having mistook the fire extinguisher for a shower bath, there'll be no meeting of the committee on rules till to morrow night. Durin' the interval," he says, "the convention'll continue ketch as ketch can," he says.
"Well," said Mr. McKenna, "to think of taking this here country out of the hands of William C. Whitney and Grover Cleveland and J. Pierpont Morgan and Nickelheimer Thalman, and putting it in the hands of such men, what do you think about it?"
"I think," said Mr. Dooley, "that Cassidy lied."
End of section 38. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 39 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 39 on a Family Reunion. "Why aren't you out attending the reunion of the Dooley family?" Mr. McKenna asked the philosopher.
"Them's no relations to me," Mr. Dooley answered. "Them's Farmer Dooleys. No one of our family ever lived in the country. We live in the city, where they burn gas and have a police force to get on to. We're no farmers, divil the bit. We belong to the industrial classes. Them must be the Fermanagh Dooleys, a poor lot, John, and always on good terms with the landlord. Bad cess to them, says I. We're from Roscommon. They's a Dooley family in Wixford, and one in Ballybone that belonged to the constabulary. I met him but once. 'Twas at an inviction, and though he didn't know me, I inthrojuced myself to be landin' him back in the ear with a boulder the size of your two fists together. He didn't know me afterwards, either. We never had but one reunion of the Dooley family, and that was 10 years ago. Me cousin Felix's boy Aloysius, him that afterwards went to New York and got a good job drivin' a carriage for the captain of a police station, he was full of potry and things, and he come around one night and, says he, d'ye know, he says, 'twould be the height of a good thing for the Dooleys to have a reunion, he says. We ought to come together, he says, and show the people of this ward, he says, how strong we are, he says. Ye might do it better, me buck, says I. Shovelin' slag at the mills, I says. But anyhow, if your mind's set on it, go ahead, I says, and I'll attend to havin' the police there, I says, for I have a drag at the station. Well, he sent out letters to all the Roscommon Dooleys, and on a Saturday night we come together in a rented hall and held the reunion. 'Twas great sport for a while. Some of us hadn't spoke friendly to each other for 20 years, and we set around and told stories of Roscommon and its green fields, and the stirabout pot that was niver filled, and the blue sky overhead and the boggy ground underfoot. Which Dooley was it that hamstrung the cows? Mike Dooley's Pat. Naw such thing. 'Twas Pat Dooley's Mike. I mean, Pat Dooley's Mike's Pat. For 'tis with us as with the rest of our people. Ye take the Dutchman. He has as many names to give his childer as they's nails in his boots. But an Irishman has the pick of only a few. I knowed a man be the name of Clancy, a man from Kildare. He had 15 childer, and when the last come, he says, 'Dooley, do ye happen to know any saints?' 'None of them trades here,' says I. 'Why?' says I. 'They's a new kid at the house,' he says, 'an' be me troth, I've run out of all the saints I knew, an' if some one don't come to me assistance, I'll have to turn the child out on the world without the rag of a name to his back,' he says. 'But I was tellin' ye about the reunion. They was lashin's of drink and story tellin', and Felix's boy Aloysius histed a banner he had made with Dooley Aboo painted on it. But after the night got along, some of us began to remember that most of us hadn't been friends for long. Mrs. Morgan Dooley, she that was Molly Dooley before she married Morgan, she turns to me and says she, "'Tis strange they let in that Hogan woman," she says. That Hogan woman, John, being the wife of her husband's brother. She heerd her say it, and she says, "I'd have ye to understand that no one ever came out of Roscommon that could hold up their heads to the Hogans," she says. "'Tis not for the likes of ye to slander a family that's of the landed gentry of Ireland. And for 2 pins I'd hit ye a poke in the eye," she says. "If it hadn't been for me bein' between 'em, they'd have been trouble. For they was good friends onct. What was it the good book says about a woman scorned? Faith, I've forgotten." Then me Uncle Mike come in, as rough a man as ever laid hands on a policeman. Felix Dooley was making a speech on the virtues of the family. "The Dooleys," says he, "can stand before all the world, and no man can say aught again either their honor or their integrity," says he. "The man that's throwin' that at ye," says me Uncle Mike, "stole a saw from me in the year '75. Felix paid no attention to me Uncle Mike, but went on. "We point proudly to the motto, Dooley Aboo, Dooley f'river. The saw aboo," says me Uncle Mike. "The Dooleys," says Felix, "stood beside Red Hugh O'Neill, and when he cut off his hand, he didn't cut it off with any one else's saw," says me Uncle Mike. "They's an old sayin'," went on Felix. "An old saw," says me Uncle Mike, "but 'twas new when ye stole it." "Now look here," says Aloysius, "this thing has gone far enough. 'Tis an outrage that this here man should come here for to insult the head of the family." "The head of what family?" says Morgan Dooley, jumping up as hot as fire. "I'm the head of the family," he says, "be right of history." "You're an old cow," says me Uncle Mike. "The back of me hand and the sole of me foot to all of ye," he says. "I quit ye," he says. "You're all livin' here under assumed names," and he went out, followed be Morgan Dooley with a chair in each hand. Well, they wasn't 2 Dooleys in the hall'd speak when the meetin' broke up, and the Lord knows, but I don't to this day, who's the head of the Dooley family. All I know is that I had one the next mornin'. End of Section 39, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 40 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 40 on a famous wedding. "You see, John," he said, "'was this way. The Duke of Marlborough is a young lad and poor. You can't think of a Duke being poor, but 'tis a fact that they's many a one of them that's carrying the banner at this minute. Hennessy, if he had his rights, is Duke of Munster, and ye know what he's got. The Duke of Marlborough, when he came out of the academy where they had him, he hadn't a cent to his name, ne'er a one. They ain't many jobs for a young Duke. The trade is limited, and this here lad went round night and day looking for a sign. Wanted, a young Duke, ready and willin' to do light family juking, and no sign did he see. He was in a bad way, for the lad's father was dead, the old Duke. He was a fine bucko. He had a divorce from his wife and married another, and when he died she married some one else and took the roly-boly with her. This was hard on the lad. But he come of a noble race, and one that had read birds when their betters had snowballs. Did ye iver read history, John? Ye ought to. 'Tis better than the Police Gazette, and near as true. Well, John, this here young man come from a great gin'ral, a fine-looking lad that had many a mash in his day, and niver lost money be one of them. You'll find all of him in Casey's History of English Misrule in Ireland, the story of a crime. 'Tis good readin'. The lad's father married a rich woman. So did his uncle. So ye see he was a natural born financier. And he begun to look around him for what the papers calls a financee. He didn't have far to go. I dinna how he done it, whether the Ganderbilks asked him or he asked the Ganderbilks. Anyhow, 'twas arranged. 'Twas horse and horse between them. The Ganderbilks had money, and he was a jook. They was one divorce on each side, so they imported him over, what they call assisted immigration. He didn't come under the head of skilled workmen. They must have classed him as a domestic servant. The first thing he done was to get himself arrested. A man by the name of Sweeney. There are some good Sweeneys, though it's a name I don't like on account of one of them stealin' me father's grindstone. A man by the name of Sweeney, a policeman, run him in for disorderly conduct. They got him out with a pull. Then he sent for lawyers and for his fiancée's father, and they settled down to talk business. 'Well,' says Ganderbilk, 'how much d'ye want?' he says. 'I'll give ye $1 million.' 'Go on,' says the jook. 'I could get that much marryin' some one I knew.' 'Then how much d'ye want?' says Ganderbilk. 'Well,' says the jook, 'the castle has to be put in repair. The plumbin' is all gone to the divvle, and they have to be a new catch basin put in,' he says. 'Then they's calciminin' and paper hangin'. Well, call it 10 millions. But what do I get out of it?' says Ganderbilk. 'Have ye a ticket to the church to see me married?' says the jook. 'No,' says his papa-in-law. 'Well, here's a couple,' says the jook. 'Bring one of your friends with ye.' So Ganderbilk, he coughed. They say the jook was that poor he had to have his coat made out of what was left over from his pants. They do so. But he was at the church bright and early, and Ganderbilk he was there too, standin' out on the steps in the cold, combin' his whiskers. He wears a pair of sluggers with his fingers. After a while his daughter, the jook's fiancée, come along, and seein' the jook, says he, 'Papa,' she says, 'introduce me to your friend.' 'Jook,' says Ganderbilk, 'shake hands with me daughter. She's yours,' he says. And so they were married. Well, John,' said Mr. Dooley, becoming serious, ''tis a droll world, and I suppose we've got to take the jooks and the Ganderbilks with the rest. I'm goin' to a wedding myself next week. The banns has been called between little Dahlia Hogan and Big Tom Moran. They've been engaged for 3 year, her workin' in a box factory and him doin' overtime at the blast. They've money enough to start, and it'll not cost old man Hogan a cent. But when he spoke about it last night, he cried as if his heart'd break." End of Section 40. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 41 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 41. On a Quarrel between England and Germany. Mr. McKenna was aware that a gentle feud had existed between Mr. Dooley and Mr. Schwartzmeister, the German saloon keeper down Archie Road, for some years. It was based upon racial differences, but had been accented when Mr. Schwartzmeister put in a pool table. Of course, there was no outburst. When the two met on the street, Mr. Dooley saluted his neighbor cordially in these terms: "Guten Abend, Herr Schwartzmeister, and was magst du yet, me brave bucko?" To which Mr. Schwartzmeister invariably retorted, "Pie chappers, Dooley, where you have been all der time, pie chappers?" But this was mere etiquette. In the publicity of their own taverns they entertained no great regard for each other. Mr. Schwartzmeister said a friend of his had been poisoned by Mr. Dooley's beer, and Mr. Dooley confessed that he would rather go to a harness shop for whiskey than to Mr. Schwartzmeister's. Consequently, Mr. McKenna was amazed to learn that Mr. Schwartzmeister had been entertained by the philosopher, and that they had paraded Archie Road arm in arm at a late hour. "To be sure he was," said Mr. Dooley. "To be sure he was. right where you're standin' at this moment, me drinkin' beer and him callin' for hot Irish. 'Make it hot,' he says. 'Make it hot, me frind, and we'll make it hot for the British between us,' says Schwartzmeister. It come about this way. You see, William Joyce come in, and says he, 'We've got them.' 'Sure,' says I. 'We've the committeemen, haven't we?' 'The Dutch is with us,' he says. 'I mean the Germans is our friends.' 'You're goin' too far there,' says I. 'Stuckert was agin Reed last spring.' 'No, no,' says William Joyce, he says. 'The Germans is up in arms agin the Sassenach,' he says. 'Mind ye,' he says, 'mind ye,' he says, ''tis our duty to be frindly with the Germans,' he says. 'I'm now on me way for to organize a camp of me Dutch frinds down be the slough,' he says, and off he goes. 'Twas not long after when I heard a man singin' the Wearin' of the Green down the street, and in comes Schwartzmeister. 'Vach a ballad,' says he, meaning to be polite. 'Lieb Vaterland,' says I, and we had a drink together. 'Vell,' says he, you know the murderin' way he has of speakin'. 'Here we are,' he says, 'frinds at last.' 'Thrue for ye,' says I. 'Dooley,' he says, for he calls me that. 'We're one to night already,' he says. 'We are that,' says I. 'But glory be, who ever thought the Irish'd live to see the day when they'd be freed be the Dutch? Schwartz, me lieber friend,' I says, 'there's a health to the improper hock,' says I. 'Slantu,' says he, and we had one. ''Twould be a great combination,' says I. 'We'd carry the ward be the biggest majority iver heard of,' I says. 'We would so,' says he. 'I'd be alderman.' 'After me,' says I. ''Tis my turn first,' I says. 'I don't know about that,' says he. 'Now,' says I, 'look here, Schwartzmeister,' I says. 'This here arrangement between Germany and Ireland has got to be brought down to the 6th Ward,' I says. 'Do you forgive the way we done ye in the beer rights?' I says. 'I do,' says he. 'They was before me time.' 'Well,' says I, 'are ye sure ye can get over the whalin' ye got when the Sarsfield Fife and Drum Corps met the Frederick Willem Picnic Band?' I says. 'I do,' says he. 'And ye have no hard feelin' about the way the bridges has been give out?' 'Not a trace,' says he. 'Well,' says I, 'Schwartz,' I says, 'they's one thing more,' I says. 'We're both patriots,' I says. 'We have a common cause,' I says. 'You're a Dutchman and I'm of the other sort,' I says. 'But we're both agin the Sassenach,' I says. 'And in the interests of the freedom of Ireland,' I says, 'I forgive ye the pool table.' Well, Sir John, he wept like a child. 'Dooley,' he says, 'we'll march side by side,' he says. 'Both of us in the front rank,' he says. 'Alderman Dooley and Alderman Schwartzmeister to free Ireland,' he says. 'But where does Germany come in?' he says. 'Germany,' says I. 'Germany. Well, we'll take care of Germany all right. We'll let Germans into the primaries,' I says. And there and then we formed the Sarsfield and Gatty camp. Gatty is a German friend of Schwartzmeister. We shook dice to see which name'd come first. Ireland won. They was my dice. I learned Schwartzmeister the Shan Van Vote before we was through, and I've got the German national tune be heart. Ich weiß nicht, was alles bedeuten. What'll you have to drink, John?' And, as Mr. McKenna went out, he heard his friend muttering, 'Freed be the Dutch. Freed be the Dutch, and we never give them so much as a delegate.'" End of Section 41. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 42 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 42 on Oratory in Politics. I mind the first time Willum J. O'Brien run for office, the Republicans and the Independents and the Socialists and the Prohibitionists, he's dead now, his name was Larkin, nominated a young man by the name of Dorgan that was in the law business in Halsted Street.
near Cologne, to run against him. Smith O'Brien Dorgan was his name, and he was one of the most eloquent young lads that ever made a speaking trumpet of his face. He could holler like the umpire of a baseball game, and when he delivered the sentiments of his heart, you'd think he was tryin' to confide them to a man on top of a high building. He was president of the Literary Club at the church, and Father Kelly told me that the day after he won the debate on the pen and the sword in favor of the pen, they had to hire a carpenter to mend the windows, they'd sagged so. They called him the Boy Orator of Healy's Slough. He planned the campaign himself. "I'll not resort," says he, "to the ordinary methods," he says. "The thing to do," he says, "is to present the issues of the day to the voters," he says. "I'll burn up every precinct in the ward with me eloquence," he says. And he bought a long black coat and went out to spread the light. He talked everywhere. The people jammed Finucane's Hall, and he told them the time had come for the masses to rise. "Remember," says he, "the ideas of November," he says. "Remember Demosthenes and Cicero and Oak Park," he says. "Remember the traditions of your fathers, of Washington and Jefferson and Andrew Jackson and John L. Sullivan," he says. "Ye shall not, Billy O'Brien," he says, "crucify the voters of the Sixth Ward on the double cross," he says. He spoke to a meetin' in Deering Street in the same words. He had the street car stopped while he coughed up remarks about the Constitution, until the barn boss sent down and threatened to discharge Mike Dwyer, that was driving 108 in them days, though transferred to Winworth Avenue later on. He made speeches to policemen in the squad room and to good lads hoisting mud out of the draw at the Red Bridge. People'd be settin' quiet in the back of the room playin' 45s when Smith O'Brien Dorgan burst in and addressed them on the issues of the day. Now all this time Bill O'Brien was campaignin' in his own way. He never made one speech. No one knew whether he was for a tariff or agin one, or whether he stood be Jefferson or was knockin' him, or whether he had the interests of the toilin' masses at heart, or whether he went to mass at all. But he got the superintendent of the rolling mills with him, and he put 3 or 4 good families to work in the gas house, where he knew the main guy, and he made regular calls on the barn boss of the street cars. He went to the picnics and hired the orchestry for the dances, and voted himself the most popular man at the church fair at an expense of at least $500. No one that come near him wanted for money. He had headquarters in every saloon from one end of the ward to the other. All the papers printed his picture and stood by him as the friend of the poor. Well, people liked to hear Dorgan at first, but after a few months they got uneasy. He had a way of breaking into festive gatherin's that was enough to try a saint. He delayed one prize fight 2 hours, encouraging the voters present to stand by their principals, while the principals sat shiverin' in their corners until the police run him out. It got so that men'd bound into alleys when he come up the street. People in the liquor business refused to let him come into their places. His family et in the coal shed for fear of his speeches at supper. He went on talkin', and Willum J. O'Brien went on handin' out the dough that he got from the gas company and conciliatin' the masses. And when election day come, the judges and clerks was all for O'Brien, and Dorgan didn't get votes enough to wad a gun. He sat up near all night in his long coat makin' speeches to himself. But toward mornin' he came over to my place, where O'Brien sat with his lads. "Well," says O'Brien, "how does it suit ye?" he says. "It's strange," said Dorgan. "Not strange at all," says Willum J. O'Brien. "When you've been in politics as long as I have, you'll know," he says, "that the roly-boly is the greatest orator on earth," he says. "The American nation in the Sixth Ward is a fine people," he says. "They love the eagle," he says, "on the back of $1, he says. "Well," says Dorgan, "I can't understand it," he says.
I made as many as 3,000 speeches,' he says. 'Well,' says Willum J. O'Brien, 'that was my majority,' he says. 'Have a drink,' he says." End of section 42. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 43 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 43 on Christmas Gifts. The approach of Christmas is heralded in Archie Road by many of the signs that are known to the less civilized and more prosperous parts of the city. The people look poorer, colder, and more hopeful than at other times. The bakeries assume an old country appearance of gaiety. The saloons are well filled. Also, if you have your eyes about you, you may catch a glimpse, now and then, through a frosted window pane, of a stunted Christmas tree, laden slenderly with glass balls and ropes of red popcorn, the work of painful hands after the childer are abed. Mr. Dooley knew Christmas was coming by the calendar, the expiration of his quarterly license, and Mr. Hennessy coming in with a doll in his pocket and a rocking chair under his arm. "Presents?" said the philosopher. "Yes," said Mr. Hennessy. "I had to do it. I made up me mind this year that I wouldn't buy any Christmas presents or take any. I can't afford it. Times has been fearful hard, and a look of pain comes over the old woman's face when I hold out 50 cents from me salary on Saturday night. I give it out that I didn't want anything, but they's so much scurrying around and hiding things when I go in that I know they've got something for me. I couldn't stand it no longer, so I went downtown tonight, down to Shekel and Whooper's place, and bought these things. This is a fine doll for the money." "It is," said Mr. Dooley, taking the doll and examining it with the eye of an art critic. "It closes its eyes. Yes, and bedad it cries if you punch it. They're making these things more like human beings every year. And does it say papa and mama? I dunno." "No," said Mr. Hennessy. "The papa and mama dolls cost too much." "Well," continued Mr. Dooley, "we can't have everything we want in this world. If I had me way, I'd buy goold watches and chains for everybody in the road, and a few of the good Germans. I feel that generous. But 'tis no use. You can't give what you want. Every little boy expects a pony at Christmas, and every little girl a chain and locket, and every man thinks he's sure going to get the gold-headed cane he's longed for since he came over. But they all finally land on rocking horses and dolls and suspenders that run pink flowers into their shirts and tattoo them in summer. And they conceal their grief Christmas morning and try to look pleasant with murther in their hearts. Some one has always give me a Christmas present, though no one has any right to. But no one ever give me anything I could wear or ate or drink or smoke or curl me hair with. I've had flasks of whiskey give me that have lashins of whiskey at me elbow day and night. And when I opened them, blue and yellow flames come out, and some of the stuff run over into the floor and set fire to the building. I smoke the best 5-cent seegar that money can buy. Yet when a good friend of mine wants to make me a present for Christmas, he goes to a harness shop and buys a box of cigars with excelsior fillings and burlap wrappers. And if I smoked one and lived, I'd be arrested for arson. I got a pair of suspenders once from a lady, never mind her name, and I worked hard that day, and the decorations moved back into me, and I had to take them out with pumice stone. I didn't lose the taste of the paint for weeks and weeks. One year I wanted a watch more than anything in the world. I talked watches to every one that I thought had designs on me. I made it a pint to ask me friends what time of night it was, and then say, "Dear me, I ought to get a watch if I could afford it." I used to tout people down to the jeweler's shop, and stand by the window with a hungry look in the eyes of me, as much as to say, "If I don't get a watch, I'll perish." I talked watches, and thought watches, and dreamed watches. Father Kelly rebuked me for being late for Mass. 'How can I get there before the gospel when I don't know what time it is?' says I. 'Why don't ye look at your watch?' he says. 'I haven't none,' says I. Did he give me a watch? Faith, he did not. He sent me a box of soap that made me smell like a coon goin' to a ball in a State Street car. I got a necktie from one man, and if I wore it to a meeting of the Young Hebrews Charitable Society, they'd have thrun me out. That man wanted me to be kilt. Another lad sent me a silk handkerchief that broke on me poor nose. The nearest I got to a watch was a hair chain that unravelled and made me look as if I'd been currying a Shetland pony. I never got what I wanted, and I never expect to. No one does." "I'll get ye what ye want," said Mr. Hennessy, "if ye'll tell me what it is, and it don't cost too much." "Will ye?" said Mr. Dooley eagerly. "I will," said Mr. Hennessy, "if 'tis within me means." "You're jokin'," said Mr. Dooley. "I'm not. I mane it." "Do ye, honest?" "I do so." "Thin," said Mr. Dooley, "get me the Adjutorum. I wanted that to play for many years." And Mr. Hennessy went away with the rocking chair under his arm, the doll in his pocket, and dumb anger in his heart. End of Section 43, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 44 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War, by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 44 on Anarchists. "'Tis hard bein' a king these days," said Mr. Dooley. "Many's the man on a throne wishes his father'd brought him up a cooper. What with wages bein' docked be parliaments and ragin' Arnychists runnin' wild with dynamite bombs under their arms and carvin' knives in their pockets. Unaisy, as Hogan says, is the head that wears a crown. They's other heads that are unaisy too, but ye don't hear of them. But a man grows up in one of them furrin countries, and he's trained fur to be a king. Heaven may have intended him for a deuce or a jack at the most, but he has to follow the same line as his father. 'Tis like pawnbrokin' that way. You never heerd of a pawnbroker's son doin' anything else. Onct a king, always a king. Other men's sons may pack away a shirt in a trunk and go out into the world, breakin' on a freight, or ladin' Indiany bankers up to a shell game. But a man that's headed for a throne can't run away. He's got to take the job. If he kicks, they blindfold him and back him in. He can't ask for his time at the end of the week and lave. He pays himself. He can't strike because he'd have to order out the police to subdue himself. He can't go to the boss and say, "Me hours is too long and the work is tajious. Give me my paycheck." He has no boss. A man can't be independent unless he has a boss. 'Tis true. So he takes the place, and the chances are he's the biggest omadhaun in the world, and knows no more about runnin' a country than I know about ladin' an orchestry. And if he don't do anything, he's a dummy, and if he does do anything, he's crazy. And when he dies, his foreman says, "Sure, 'tis the divil's own time I had savin' that bosthoon from destroyin' himself. If it wasn't for me, the poor thing'd have closed down the works and gone to the farm long ago." And one day, when he's taken the air, perhaps along comes an Italian, and says he, "Are ye a king?" "That's my name," says His Majesty. "Betther dead," says the Italian, and they's a scramble, and another king goes over the long road. I don't know much about Arnychists. We had them here onct. They went against policemen mostly. Maybe that's because policemen's the nearest things to kings they could find. But anyhow, I sometimes think I know where they're Arnychists somewhere, and why they ain't in other places. It minds me of what happened onct in me cousin Terence's family. They was livin' down near Healy's Slough in one of them old Doherty's houses. Not Doherty that ye know, the jiner, a good man when he don't drink. No, 'twas an old grouch of a man be the name of Malachi Doherty that used to keep 5-day notices in his trunk, and owned his own private justice of the peace. Me cousin Terence was as dacent a man as ever shoed a horse, and his wife was a good woman too, though I never took much to the Dolans. From Tipperary they was, and too handy throwin' things at ye. And he had a nice family growin' up, and I never knowed people that lived together more quiet and amiable. 'Twas good f'r to see them settin' around the parlour, Terence spellin' out the newspaper, and his good woman mendin' socks, and Honoria playin' the Vale of Avoca on the pianny, and the kids rollin' on the floor. But one day it happened that the whole family began to rasp on one another. Honoria'd set down at the pianny, and the old man'd growl, 'For the love of the saints, close down that hurdy-gurdy and lave a man enjoy his headache.' And the good woman scolded Terence, and the kids pulled the leg from under the stove, and when the big boy Mike come home from Omaha, he found none of them speakin' to the others. He could do nothin', and he went for Father Kelly. Father Kelly sniffed the air when he come in, and says he, 'Terence, what's the matther with your catch basin?' 'I dinnaw,' growled Terence. 'Well,' says Father Kelly, 'ye put on your hat this minyit and go out for a plumber,' he says. 'I'm not needed here,' he says. 'Your souls are all right,' he says, 'but your systems are out of order,' he says. 'Fetch in a plumber,' he says, 'whilst I goes down to Doherty and make him think his lease on the hereafter is defective,' he says." "You're right," said Mr. Hennessy, who had followed the argument dimly. "Of course I'm right," said Mr. Dooley. "What they need over there in furrin countries is not a priest, but a plumber. 'Tis no good prayin' agin Anarchists, Hennessy. Anarchists is sewer gas." End of Section 44. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 45 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 45 on the Dreyfus Case. "I see be the papers," said Mr. Dooley, "that Colonel Henry, the man that sint me friend Captain Dreyfus to the cage, has moved on. I suppose they'll give the captain a new trial now." "I hope they won't," said Mr. Hennessy. "I don't know anything about it, but I think he's guilty. He's a Jew." "Well," said Mr. Dooley, "your thoughts on this subject is interesting, but not conclusive, as Dorsey said to the Polak that thought he could lick him. Ye have a right to your opinion, and ye'll hold it anyhow, whether ye have a right to it or not. Like most of your fellow citizens, ye start impartial. Ye don't know anything about the case. If you knew anything, you'd not have an opinion one way or the other. They's never been a matter come up in my time that the American people was so sure about as they are about the Dreyfus case. The French are not so sure, but there's not a policeman in this country that can't tell you just where Dreyfus was when the remains of the poor girl was found. That's because the trial is secret. If 'twas an open trial, and ye heard the testimony, and knew the language, and saw the safe after 'twas blown open, ye'd be puzzled, and not care a rush whether Dreyfus was naked in a cage, or takin' tay with his uncle at the Benny Brith Club. I haven't made up me mind whether the Cap done the shootin' or not. He was certainly in the neighborhood when the fire started, and the police dug up quite a lot of lead pipe in his backyard. But it's one thing to suspect a man of doin' a job, and another thing to prove that he didn't. Me friend Zola thinks he's innocent, and he raised the divil at the trial. When the judge come up on the bench and opined the court, Zola was sitting down below with the lawyers. 'Let us proceed,' says the impartial and fair-minded judge, 'to the trial of the heinous monster Cap Dreyfus,' he says. Up jumps Zola, and says he in French, 'J'accuse,' he says, which is a hell of a mane thing to say to any man, and they thrun him out. 'Judge,' says the attorney for the defense, 'and gentlemen of the jury,' he says. 'You're a liar,' says the judge. 'Cap, you're guilty, and ye know it,' he says. The decision of the court is that ye be put in a cage and sent to the Divil's Own Island for the rest of your life,' he says. 'Let us proceed to hearin' the testimony,' he says. 'Call all the witnesses at onct,' he says, 'and lave them have it out on the flure,' he says. By this time Zola has come back, and he jumps up, and says he, 'Jackoos,' he says, and they thrown him out. 'Before we go any further,' says the lawyer for the defence, 'I wish to sarve notice that when this thrial is over I intend,' he says, 'to wait outside,' he says, 'and hammer the honourable court into an omelette,' he says. 'With these few remarks I will close,' he says. 'The court,' says the judge, 'is always ready to defend the honour of France,' he says, 'and if the larned counsel will consent,' he says, 'to step up here for a minyit,' he says, 'the court'll put a strangle hold on him that'll not do him a bit of good,' he says. 'Ah,' he says, 'here's me old friend Pat the Clam,' he says. 'Pat, what do you know about this case?' he says. 'None of your business,' says Pat. 'Answered like a man and a sojer,' says the court. 'Jackoos,' says Zola from the doorway, and they thrown him out. 'Call Colonel Henry,' says the court. 'He refuses to answer.' Good. The case is clear. Cap forged the will. The court will now adjourn for duels, and all laden officers of the army not in disgrace already will assemble in jail and commit suicide,' he says. 'Jackoos,' says Zola, and started for the woods, pursued by his fellow editors. He's off somewhere in a tree now, hollerin' 'Jackoos' at every one that passes, sufferin' martyrdom for his country, and writin' now and then about it all. That's all I know about Cap Dreyfus Case, and that's all any man knows. Ye didn't know as much, Hennessy, till I told ye. I don't know whether Cap stole the dog or not." "What's he charged with?" Mr. Hennessy asked in bewilderment. "I'll niver tell ye," said Mr. Dooley. "It's too much to ask." "Well, anyhow," said Mr. Hennessy, "he's guilty. You can bet on that." End of Section 45. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 46 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 46 on the Decadence of Greece. "That young Hogan is a smart lad," said Mr. Dooley. "A smart lad, and a good one, too." "None better," said Mr. Hennessy. "None better in the ward," said Mr. Dooley, which was a high appreciation. "But there are things about human nature and history that ain't taught at St. Ignatius. I tell them to Hogan's lad. He was walkin' be the store one day last week, and I asked him how the war went. 'Tis strange, with churches 2 in a block and public schools as thick as lamp posts, that when a man stops ye on the street, he'll either ask ye the score of the baseball game or talk of the Greek war with ye. I ain't seen anythin' that happened since Parnell's day that's aroused so much enthusiasm on the Archie Road as the Greek war. How goes the war, says I to young Hogan. How goes the war between the accused infidel and the dog of a Christian, I says. It goes bad, he says. The Greeks won a tremendous battle, killing many millions of the Moslem murderers, but was obliged to retreat 32 miles in a gallop. Is that so, says I. Sure, that seems to be their luck, I says. Whenever they win, they lose, and when they lose, I says. What ails them, I says. Is the referee agin them? I can't make it out, he says, while a tear stood in his eye. When I think of Leonidas at the pass of Thermometer, he says, and so on the field of Marathon, and this or that, the Spartan hero, he says, I cannot understand for the life of me why the Greeks should have been drove from pillar to post by an army of slaves. Didn't Leonidas, with hardly as many men as there are Republicans in this precinct, hold the pass again a savage horde? He says. He did, says I. He did. And didn't what's-his-name on the field of Marathon overcome and destroy the ravaging armies of Persia? He says.
'Thrue for ye,' says I. 'There's no doubt in the world about it,' I says. 'An' look at Alexander the Great,' he says. 'Alec was a terror an' no mistake,' says I. 'An' Miltiades,' he says. 'I only know what I hear of him,' says I. 'But from all accounts he must have been considerable of a fellow,' says I. 'An' in later days, Marco Buzarus,' he says, 'he was the man that come in consumption's dreaded form,' says I. 'An' he was afraid of no man.' 'Well, thin,' says he, 'how are we to account for this disgrace?' he says. 'Well,' says I, 'd'ye remimber the fight in 10th Precinct? Ye must have heard yer father tell about it. It was famous for the quality and quantity of the warfare put up in it. Every man in the 10th Precinct could fight his weight in scrap iron. Most of them come from the ancient Hellenic province of Mayo. But they was a fair sprinklin' of Greek heroes from Roscommon and Tipperary, an' a few from the historic spot where the head of Kinsale looks out at the sea, and the sea looks up at the head of Kinsale. The little boys could box before they was out of skirts. Far and wide, the 10th Precinct was the terror of its inimies. Ye talk about Leonidas and the passive thermometer. Ye ought to have seen Mike Riordan and his family defendin' the polling place when Eddie Burke's brigade charged it one fine day. That hero stood for 4 hours in the doorway, armed only with a monkey wrench, and built a wall of invaders in front of him till the judges could dig their way out through the cellar and escape to the police station. For many years the 10th Precinct was the banner precinct of the 6th Ward, and its gallant heroes repelled all attacks by land or Healy's Slough. But as time went by, changes came over it. The Hannigans and Leonidases and Caseys moved out, having made their pile. Some of the grandest of the heroes died, and their families were broke up. Polish Jews and Swedes and Germans and Hollanders swarmed in, settlin' down on the sacred sites,' I says. 'One night 3 years ago a band of rovin' Bohemians from the 8th Ward came across the river, kickin' over barrels and ash boxes, and swooped down on the 10th Precinct. Mike Riordan, him that kept the polling place in the good days of old, was the only one of the race of ancient heroes on earth. He thried to rally the inglorious descendants of a proud people. For a while they made a stand in Halsted Street, and shouted bad but difficult names at the infidel hordes, and threw bricks that laid out their own people. But it was only for a moment. In another they turned and ran, lavin' Mike Riordan standin', alone in the midst of the fray. If it wasn't for the intervention of the powers in the shape of the loot and wagon load of policemen, the Bohemians 'd have devastated as far as the ruins of the gas house, which is the same as that there Acropolis ye talk about,' says I. 'No, my son,' says I. 'On account of the fluctuations and rent and trouble with the landlord, it's not safe to presume that the same family always lives in the one house. The very thing happened to Greece that has happened to the 10th Precinct of the 6th Ward. The Greeks have moved out, and the Swedes come in. Ye yet may live to see the day,' says I, 'when what is thrue of Athens and the 10th Precinct will be thrue of the whole 6th Ward.'" "You don't mean that," said Mr. Hennessy, gasping. "I do," said Mr. Dooley with solemnity. "'Tis history." End of Section 46, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 47 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 47 On the Indian War. "Gin'ral Sherman was one of the smartest men we iver had," said Mr. Dooley. "He said so many bright things. 'Twas him said, 'War is hell.' And that's one of the finest sayin's I know anything about. War is hell. 'Tis a thrue word and a fine sintiment. And Gin'ral Sherman says, 'The only good Injun is a dead Injun.' And that's a good sayin', too. So be the powers, we've started in again to improve the race.
and if we can get in Gatlin guns enough before the winter's snows, we'll turn them Chippeways into a cemetery branch of the Young Men's Christian Association. We will so. You see, Hennessy, the Indian is bound for to give way to the onward march of white civilization. You and me, Hennessy, is the white civilization. I come along and I find old Snakes in his gaiters livin' quite and decent in a new frame house. Thinks I, 'tis a shame for to leave this savage man in possession of this fine abode, and him not able for to vote and without a friend on the police force. So says I, Snakes, I says, get along, says I want your house, and you best move out west of the tracks and dig a hole for yourself, I says. Divil the foot I will step out of this house, says Snakes. I built it, and I have the law on me side, he says. For why should I take Mary Ann and Terence and Honoria and Robert Emmett Snakes and all me little Snakeses and rustle out west of the tracks, he says, far from the bones of me ancestors, he says, and beyond the water pipe extension, he says, because, says I am the walking delegate of white civilization, I says. I am just as civilized as you, says Snakes. I wear pants, he says, and a plug hat, he says. You might wear a tin pair, says I, and all at once, I says, and you'd still be a savage, says I, and I'd be civilized, I says, if I hadn't on so much as a bangle bracelet, I says. So get out, says I. So get out, says I, for the piany movers is outside, ready to go to work, I says. Well, Snakes, he fires a stove lid at me, and I go down to the police station, and I says, Loot, I says. They's a drunken Indian not votin' up near the mills, and he's carryin' on outrageous, and he won't let me hang me pictures on his wall, says I. Vile savage, says the loot. I'll teach him to respect the rules of civilization, he says, and he takes out a wagon load and goes after Snakes. Well, me friend Snakes gives him battle, and knowin' the premises well, he's able to put up a great fight. But after a while they rip him away and have him in the patrol wagon, with a man settin' on his head, and then he's put under bonds to keep the peace, and they send him out west of the tracks, and I move into the house and tear out the front and start a faro bank. Some day, when I get tired or the Swedes drive me out or Schwartzmeister makes his lunch too strong for competition, I'll go after Snakes again. The only hope for the Indian is to put his house on rollers and keep a team hitched to it, and when he sees a white man to start for the settin' sun. He's ruined when he has a cellar. He ought to put all the plug dollars that he gets from the agent, and be pickin' blueberries, into rollin' stock. If he knew anything about balloons, he'd have a chance. But we white men, Hennessy, has all the balloons. But anyhow, he's doomed, as Hogan says. The onward march of the white civilization with mortgages and other modern improvements is slowly but surely, as Hogan says, chasing him out. And the last of him will be livin' in a divin' bell somewhere out in the Pacific Ocean. Well, said Mr. Hennessy, the stout philanthropist, I think so, and then again I dunno. I don't think we treat them right. If I was the government, I'd take what they got, but I'd say, Here, take this $10 bill and go out and drink yourself to death, I'd say. They ought to have some show. Well, said Mr. Dooley, if you feel that way, you ought to go and enlist as an Indian. End of section 47, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 48 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 48 on Golf. And what's this game of golf like? I dunno,
said Mr. Hennessy, lighting his pipe with much unnecessary noise.
You're a good deal of a sport, Johnny. Did you ever try it?
No, said Mr. McKenna. I used to roll a hoop once upon a time, but I'm out of condition now.
It ain't like baseball, said Mr. Hennessy, and it ain't like shinny, and it ain't like lawn tennis. and it ain't like 45s, and it ain't like canvas-back duck or any other game you know," said Mr. Dooley. "Then what is it like?" said Mr. Hennessy. "I see be the paper that Hobart, what d'ye call him, is one of the best at it. The other day he made a score of 168, but whether 'twas miles or stitches I couldn't make out from the reports." "'Tis little ye know," said Mr. Dooley. "The game of goluf is as old as the hills. Me father had goluf links all over his place, an' whin I was a kid 'twas one of the principal sports of me life, after I'd dug the turf fur the avening, to go out an' putt." "Poot, ye mean," said Mr. Hennessy. "They's no such a wurrud in the English language as putt. Belinda called me down hard on it no more than last night." "There ye go," said Mr. Dooley angrily. "There ye go. D'ye think this here game of goluf is a spellin' match? 'Tis like ye, Hennessy, to be refereein' a 20-round glove contest be the rule of 3. I tell ye, I used to go out in the avenin' an' putt me mashie like hell an' all, till I was known from one end of the county to the other as the champeen putter. I putted 2 men from Roscommon in one day, an' they had to be took home on a dour. In America the game is played more genteel, an' is more like cigarette smokin', though less unhealthy for the lungs. 'Tis a good game to play in a hammock when ye're all tired out from social duties or shovelin' coke. Out of door golf is played be the following rules. If ye bring your wife for to see the game and she has her name in the paper, that counts ye won. So the first thing ye do is to find the reporter and tell him you're there. Then ye order a bottle of brown pop and have your second fan ye with a towel. After this ye'd dress, and here ye've got to be damn particular, or you'll be stuck for the drinks. If your necktie is not on straight, that counts your opponent won. If both ye and your opponent have your neckties on crooked, the first man that sees it gets the stakes. Then ye order a carriage." "Order what?" demanded Mr. McKenna. "A carriage." "What for?" "For to take ye round the links. Ye have a little boy followin' ye, carryin' your clubs. The man that has the smallest little boy, it counts him 2. If the little boy has the rickets, it counts the man in the carriage 3. The little boys is called caddies. But Clarence Haney, that told me all this, he belongs to the 4th Ward Goluf and McKinley Club, said what the little boys calls the players 'ud not be fit to repeat. Well, when ye drive up to the tea grounds—" "The what?" demanded Mr. Hennessy. "The tea grounds. That's like the home plate in baseball, or orderin' a piece of chalk in a game of spoil 5. It's the beginnin' of everything. When ye get to the tea grounds, ye step out, and have your hat ironed by the caddy. Then your man that ye're goin' against comes up, and he asks you, 'Do you know Potther Palmer?' Well, if ye don't know Potther Palmer, it's all up to ye. Ye lose 2 points. But ye come right back at him with an uppercut. 'Do ye live on the Lake Shore Drive?' If he doesn't, ye have him in the 9-hole. Ye needn't play with him any more. But if ye do play with him, he has to spot 3 balls. If he's a good man and shifty on his feet, he'll counter be askin' ye where ye spend the summer. Now ye can't tell him that ye spent the summer with 1 hook on the free lunch and another on the ticker tape, and so ye go back 3. That needn't discourage ye at all. Here's your chance to mix up, and ye asked him if he was ever in Scotland. If he wasn't, it counts ye 5. Then ye tell him that ye had an aunt once that heerd the Jook of Argyle talk in a phonograph, and unless he comes back and shoots it into ye that he was once run over by the Prince of Wales, ye have him groggy. I don't know whether the Jook of Argyle or the Prince of Wales counts for most. They're like the right and left bower of thrumps. The best players is called scratchmen." "What's that fur?" Mr. Hennessy asked. "It's a Scotch game," said Mr. Dooley with a wave of his hand. "I wonder how it come out to day. Here's the paper. Let me see. McKinley at Canton. Still there. He niver cared to wander from his own fireside. Collar button men for the gold standard. Statues of Heidelbach, Ickelheimer and Company to be erected in Washington. Another Vanderbilt wedding.
That sounds like goluf, but it ain't. Newport society livin' in Mrs. Potter Palmer's cellar. Green goods men declare for honest money. Anson in fourth place some more. Piany tuners for McKinley. Lee Hung Chang smells a rat. Abner McKinley supports the Gould standard. Wait a minute. Here it is. Goluf in gay attire. Let me see. Foozled his approach. Nasty thing. Topped the ball. 3 up and 2 to play. Here's the score. Amongst those present were Monsieurs and Madames. Hold on, cried Mr. Hennessy, grabbing the paper out of his friend's hands. That's him that was there. Well, said Mr. Dooley decisively, that's the goluf score. End of section 48. Read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. Section 49 of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War by Finley P. Dunne. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. Section 49 on the French character. The French, said Mr. Dooley, are a tumultuous people. Like as not, said Mr. Hennessy, there's some of our blood in them. A good many of our people went over once. They couldn't all have been killed at Fontenoy. No, said Mr. Dooley, 'tis another kind of tumultuous. When an Irishman rages, 'tis with one idea in his mind. He's goin' for'ard agin a single enemy, and not stone walls or iron chains'll stop him. He may pause for a drink or to take a shy at a policeman, for a policeman's always in the way. But he's as true as the needle in the camel's eye, as Hogan says, to the object of his hatred. So he's been for 400 years, and so he'll always be while they's an England on the map. When England perishes, then the Irish'll die of what Hogan calls ennui, which is having no one in the weary world ye don't love. But with the French 'tis different. I say 'tis different with the French. They're an unaisy and a troubled people. They start out down the street loaded up with absinthe and cigarettes, pavings, blocks, and walking sticks, and stove lids in their hands, crying, "Ah, base Cap Dreyfus!" The cap being far off in a cage, by dad. So far, so good. "Ah, base Cap Dreyfus," says I, and the same to all traitors and many of them, whether they are or not. But along comes a man with a poor hat. "Where did he get the hat?" demands the mob. "Down with the bad tile," they say. "Abase the lid." And they destroy the hat, and the man under it succumbs to the rule of the majority and joins the mob. On they go till they come to a restaurant. "Ha," says they, "the resort of the infamous Duclos. His charges are high," says one. "I found a fishbone in his soup," says another. "He's a traitor," says a third. "Abase the soup kitchen, abase the cafe," says they, and they seize the unfortunate Duclos and bait him and upset his kiddles of broth. Meantime, where's Cap Dreyfus? Off in his comfortable cage, swinging on the perch and atin' seed out of a small bottle stuck in the wire. Be the time the mob has destroyed what they see on the way, they've forgot the Cap entirely, and he's safe for another day. 'Tis unfortunate, but 'tis true. The French are not steady either in their politics or their morals. That's where they get done by the hated British. The difference in foreign policies is the difference between a second-rate safe blower and a first-class bunco steerer. The French buy a ton of dynamite, spend 5 years in drillin' a hole through a steel door, blow open the safe, lose a leg or an arm, and get away with liabilities of the firm. The English dress up for a Methodist preacher, stick a piece of lead pipe in the tails of their coat in case of emergency, and get all the money there is in the line. In the front door comes the Englishman with a coon king on either arm, that's just loaned him their kingdoms on promissory note, and discovers the Frenchman emerging from the ruins of the safe. "What ar re ye doin' here?" says the Englishman. "Robbin' the naygurs," says the Frenchman, being truthful as well as polite. "Wicked man," says the Englishman. "What ar re ye doin' here?" says the Frenchman. "Improvin' the morals of the inhabitants," says the Englishman. "Is it not so, Rastus?" he says. "It is," says one of the kings. "I'm a poorer but a better man since you came," he says. "Yes," says the Englishman. "I propose f'r to thruly reform this unhappy country," he says. "This benighted haythen on me extreme left has been induced to cut out a good dale iv his wife's business," he says, "an' go through life tormented be only one spouse," he says. "The rest will go to wurruk f'r me," he says. "All crap games bein' particular ungodly'll be under the control of the government, which," he says, "is me. Policy shops'll be run carefully, an' I've appointed Rastus here, writer in waiting to Her Majesty," he says. "The rum they drink in these parts," he says, "is fearful," he says. "What shall we do to stop the accursed traffic?" "Sell them gin," says I. "'Tis shameful they shud go out with nothin' to hide their nakedness," he says. "I'll fetch them clothes. But," he says, "case the weather's too warm f'r clothes, I'll not sell them anything that'll last long," he says. "If it wasn't f'r religion," he says, "I don't know what the 'ell the world would come to," he says. "Whose religion?" said the Frenchman. "My religion," says the Englishman. "These poor benighted savages," he says, "'ll not be left to your ojus morals an' your hoochie coochie school iv thought," he says, "but," he says, "under the beneficent rule of a wise an' thrue government," he says, "'ll be thurly prepared f'r heaven," he says, "whin their time comes to go," he says, "which I trust will not be long," he says. "So I'll thank ye to be off," he says, "or I'll take the thick end iv the slung shot to ye," he says. The Frinchman is a brave man, an' he'd stay an' have it out with the fleur, but some one calls, "Abaste the Chinnyman," and off he goes on another track. And when he gets to the Chinnyman, he finds the English have abased them already. So he dances from one part of the world to another like a righteous an' happy flea, an' divil the bit of progress he makes, only trouble for others an' a merry life for himself. "If England went to war with France," said Mr. Hennessy suddenly, "I'd be for France." "So ye would, Hinnissy, so ye would," said Mr. Dooley. "An' I'm not sayin' that I wudden't forget that I'm an Anglo-Saxon long enough to take one crack at the Prince of Wales with a coupli pin myself." End of Project Gutenberg. End of Mr. Dooley in Peace and in War, read by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California.